Well, good morning, everybody. Chris Duell is here today. He is someplace in this building. I don't know where he went, but he is here. Good morning, Tommy, Tim, Sam, Kemper, Travis, Echo, Rooster. I love that. Way to go. Way to go, Tim. How's everybody doing this morning? Great. Look, EJ just walking in. Wow, he's early. Boom. Yes, he's in witness. Yes, I'm feeling much better, Kemper. Thank you. Thank you. Much better. Still a little tired, but I'll get over that. That's this job, though, I think, not necessarily sickness. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Duell.
Thank you very much. Great to be here.
Great to be anywhere.
Great to be anywhere. Good point. Very good point.
In the immortal words of Keith Richards, it's good to be anywhere. Okay, look at that.
Terrorizing Times Square. Terrorizing Times Square. Coming up on Fox and Friends.
I'm waiting for the sequel.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my goodness. So who's in our...
Tim, Tom, Sam, Kemper, Rooster, Echo.
Cool. Good morning, everybody.
Billboard. And Steve Duraco.
Steve Duraco, the original rock. THE rock, the human element. Man's threat, woman's pet. The ultimate object of desire. Welcome in.
You guys want us to leave you alone?
He is a very attractive man.
He is. I have met him. He is not bad looking. I'll get it.
Kemper is back. Good morning, Kemper.
Oh, wait a minute. I got a Christianity report.
A what?
A Christianity report. I'm not making this up.
Somebody texted you a Christianity
Scotland's new law, silent prayer could lead to big fines. Okay, first question is how are they going to know? If it's a silent prayer, how do you know? Yeah, I got a Christianity report is what it says. Wow, shocking.
Thank you, Kemper. Yeah, we just thought we need to take a photo. So we want to see if anybody would, and you did and others did, if anybody would remember that we took essentially the same photo the previous month in Oregon.
And actually, it looks almost exactly the same. You know, I mean, seriously. It looks like maybe you've got like a green screen, and you just do a bunch of them.
That's right, yeah. Do the pyramids.
We got that green screen in the back over there that we tried to use that one time.
The Amazon. We'll just have a theme going.
Rooster,
what up?
Rooster.
Steve Duraco, our final day for now of 90-degree temperatures.
Yeah.
The cold front comes in overnight tonight.
In honor of that, I'm sitting outside the entire day, soaking it in, man.
Jacob C. Hernandez, Tommy Miller, welcome in. Rooster, what is up? Travis.
Wow, sorry to see that.
Sam.
I hear that, Tommy. Prayers for your grandson, man. In the morning, I will say.
Man.
That's
I just read that, Tommy.
Yeah. Sorry to hear that, Tommy.
Many prayers sent out for your grandson.
Good thoughts, man. Good thoughts.
True, Sam. A cool front. You're right.
Yeah. I don't know. Down in the 50s, that's kind of cold, man. Isn't that cold, Chris? If it's in the 50s,
for us, it is.
That's cold, man.
Not for Charity McCurdy. She'd like to see it 38 degrees. Tags just arrived. I'll have to send you that.
Damn it. Thought we might have got a all free day, man.
No.
The three big ones would have let us alone, man.
There was, and I meant to send it to Steve Duraco and Mr. T today. I'm scrolling through Instagram. There's a guy at his couch. He's watching the Cowboys game. He's got jersey. Here we go. All it is. Here we go. And it's like a dissolve. Here we go. And then he's got like 2 beers and he's lying on it. Here we go. He's like upside down on his couch.
Here we go.
Here we go. It's not pretty. November 18th.
Yeah.
That's the day. It's a Monday night. The Houston Texans will defeat the Dallas Cowboys in Arlington, and I will renounce my Dallas Cowboy fanship once and for all. Since I was a child, since the Ice Bowl, I was a Cowboys fan.
All right, we're back. Sorry. Just doing a little show prep.
I think we should write an open letter to Jerry Jones.
Yes,
that
with pictures.
you lost us.
Yeah, burning our Cowboys gear.
A Cowboy gear.
I've got
burning.
2 old fucking jerseys of Julius Jones. Okay.
Perfect.
And I mean, I got a white one and a blue one, man. I can bring those in.
On Tuesday, November 19th, we'll have a Cowboy burning session. Burn your Cowboys gear.
In the parking lot right after the show. Meet us. And we'll throw a big bonfire.
Sheriff Keith will love that.
You know what? Which, by the way, all right, we're back. Just some station gossip.
For the YouTube people, we can give you a preview. We're giving away Longhorn, Georgia tickets today. Hottest ticket in college football. And you have to demonstrate to us your hidden talent.
That's it. No matter what it is.
It's essentially a talent contest.
If it's reciting poetry,
sing, you play a musical instrument,
beatboxing, joke telling,
impersonation.
Do
your best Donald Trump. Do your best Kamala Harris. Kemper says those tickets are fire. Fire. Da, da, da. Fire.
I am the god of hellfire.
Fire. Da, da, da. I want you to burn. Da, da, da.
Sam, I have no idea who you're talking about there, man. The 15th Doctor on Doctor Who, some guy's birthday is today. I don't think Charlie
maybe
Parker.
That'll be in those
I was going to say, I don't think Charlie has that. Excuse me 1 second, people. $1,000 for tickets?
That's crazy.
Sorry, we do no longer have tickets available today.
We'll be putting those tickets on eBay.
Yeah, StubHub. StubHub. Remember those guys that shot up that house on the northeast side of San Antonio? You ended up killing that little girl?
Yes.
They got them.
Good.
Well, they think it's them. They got these guys in this auto theft crime ring.
Nail those.
And they're pretty sure that the two of the guys they got were the shooters.
Okay.
So hopefully they can nail them.
Charlemagne the God.
Do you just call him Charlemagne?
By the White House.
Do you say Charlemagne or is it Charlemagne the God? I mean, how do you God? I mean,
I don't know. CTG, I don't know.
Yeah. All right, stand by, Chris.
Who? Welcome into this beautiful day, the Ides of October, October 15th, 2024. 9 days until OpelcaCon at La Hacienda de los Barrios. 16 days until Halloween. 21 days until the 2024 election. What could possibly go wrong? 44 days until Thanksgiving and 71 days until Christmas. Charity McCurdy, by this time tomorrow, I do believe, will temperatures be much lower at this time tomorrow, or does it come in a little later in the morning on Wednesday? I'm not sure yet. When that cool front comes in.
Yeah, I think comes in overnight. So we will wake up to cooler temperatures, and I cannot wait. Yeah, I could get used to it. I could get used to it.
I could wait.
I'll be whimpering and swearing and whimpering and swearing and whimpering and swearing.
I've been trying to find my gloves. I don't know what I did with them.
A little overreaction, but okay.
Hey, it's cold. If it gets below 70, it's cold, man.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
It is.
But it will warm up again a few days later.
Sure.
But it's going to stay in the 80s, it looks like. I don't think we're going to venture into the 90s, which I'm completely happy with. Let's get a break.
Where did summer go?
But hot today.
Yeah.
I was watching News 4 San Antonio chief meteorologist Chris Suchan. He does a video every night when he's leaving News 4. I think he said we can break the high temperature today.
There's a possibility of a record temperature, near record high temperature.
One last pool day for you, Chris.
Yes. Enjoy it. Enjoy it while you've got it. Let's get this party started with traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, near record high temperatures, highs in the mid to upper 90s. Tomorrow, sunshine but cooler, highs in the upper 70s, overnight lows in the low to mid 50s. And then on Thursday, sunshine except for a few clouds, highs right around 80 degrees. It is 66 in Alamo Heights, 64 in Lavernia, and 65 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 512.
It is a Yacht Rock Tuesday. If you're watching on YouTube, and you can watch on YouTube, go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI. There's a live chat that goes on in real time. You can chat with other viewers. You can chat with us. We jump in there as well. Then you can see that I am wearing my Yacht Rock captain's hat and my Yacht Rock Cafe t-shirt, which was gifted to me by Charity McCurdy. So we are enjoying a Yacht Rock Tuesday. Hopefully lots and lots of Michael McDonald.
As long as it's a Toto song, I'm good with it. You know?
Well, so I'm watching The Old Man last night.
Okay.
With Jeff Bridges.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's on Hulu? I think it's on Hulu.
It's a Hulu, yes.
Really good show, The Old Man. But Charity, you and Mr. T have indoctrinated my wife, Beth, because Jeff Bridges' character, it's hard to understand him. Mm-hmm. We have to have closed captioning on. And I said to Beth, I go, man, good thing we got closed captioning because, when Jeff Bridges is mumbling, I can't understand a thing he says. And Beth goes, who does he think he is, Michael McDonald?
Oh, burn.
Hey,
Words getting around, Charity. Words getting around.
Don't be...
And it hits harder when it's Beth saying it. So I love it.
She knows how much I love Michael McDonald.
I mean, he's great as a backup singer.
He's someday. I hope he goes. Well, and he and Kenny Loggins collaborated a lot. We saw Kenny Loggins in Austin a year ago, and it was supposedly his farewell tour.
Sure.
He was 75 a year ago, but he was great. Kenny Loggins still had it. And I would love to see Kenny Loggins tour with Michael McDonald. That would be huge.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can't make it that night.
I'm just saying.
I'm busy.
That would be huge. And we're almost a week away from another duo, Sting and Billy Joel, coming to the Alamo Dome on the 25th.
Yes.
So you got Opelka Con on the 24th.
Correct.
And then Sting and Billy Joel on the 25th.
Coincidence? I think not.
I wonder if they're in town a day early. I wonder if Sting and Billy Joel will come to Opelka Con.
Well, they probably will because they're big fans of Mike Opelka.
Who is it?
Exactly.
So,
I can see it.
Yeah.
Speaking of fans, Saturday evening, 6:30 p.m. at Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium. the number one team in the country, the 6-0 Texas Longhorns, will host the perennial powerhouse and the number 5 team in the country, the 5-1 Georgia Bulldogs. It is the hottest ticket in college football. And Charity, we happen to have 2 of them today.
Yeah, and they're not going to be easy to get. You have to showcase a special talent that you may have been keeping under wraps in order to secure a pair of these tickets.
We will walk our listeners through how they can qualify to win these Longhorn Georgia Bulldog tickets today. Somebody on this show, somebody will win. We'll tell you how coming right up. WOAI News Time, 5:16. Okay.
Sorry. Hello.
RK is in the house. RK, Sam, Travis, Tim, Kemper, Steve Duraco. Echo. Tracy Bogert in the Witness Protection Program.
Yeah, you're right, Travis. UT Georgia, Formula One, M&M. Who thought that would be a good idea? I don't know who thinks these things up, man, but yeah, it's going to be cluster in Austin. So the guy locked himself out of his apartment. Yeah. He's just trying to get in. So he brought his friends over with machine guns. You never know.
Comet's still visible.
Yep.
Oh, higher on the horizon.
Oh, yeah.
The next couple of days.
Tomorrow and was it Saturday? No, Sunday.
Yeah.
Good morning, Jacob.
Jacob, welcome. Willie Nelson.
Oh, wow, that's
at
right.
Austin City
that's
Limits.
Right.
Nice.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
Good morning, everybody.
So that's a couple of days in a row.
I know. It's woo, dude, she's on her own, man. See? Oh, and College Game Day in Austin. That's right, Saturday. Chris,
yes.
Stand by.
Okay. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, and then we shall reveal to you how someone will win a Longhorn tickets, the hottest ticket of the season for the Longhorns, perhaps all of college football. Longhorns Georgia Bulldog tickets. Somebody's winning them today. We'll tell you how in a sec. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Trump and Harris trade jabs while holding dueling rallies in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. An Eastside landfill is being searched in connection to the disappearance of an Almas Park mother. And a Texas man set to be executed this week has lost one of his final appeals. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
change in the weather is coming. We welcome in News 4 San Antonio meteorologist Jeanette Kaye. Good morning, Jeanette. Thanks, Jeanette. 65 degrees here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time, 521.
San Antonio's first news. It is a Yacht Rock Tuesday, and we are your Election Central headquarters, bringing you team coverage of this 2024 election, which is just 3 weeks away. And we will continue to be Election Central until a president is determined. And that could be
It could be a while.
February of 2025. We'll see. What could possibly go wrong? We'll be right here for all of your election coverage. Well, we talked about this, Charity, this morning. We got the hottest ticket in college football, 2 of them, Texas versus Georgia, Saturday evening in Austin. And even Andrew Zimmel said, we got to make this more difficult than usual to win these tickets.
Yeah, because this is again the hottest ticket in town, and I mean this could be a preview of the championship game. To be honest with you, so we're asking our listeners to pull the curtain back a little bit for us and let us know what your special talent is or talents. You could have more than one, and the winner will be decided. What we do the 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock hour. Right?
No, we're just doing one pair
Just
of
one?
tickets in the
Okay.
8 o'clock hour.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Sorry.
They're so
That's
exclusive.
okay.
Yeah,
they're big tickets.
yeah.
They're big tickets.
All right.
I think the boss man's using the other pair.
Okay. So we will decide among us who should be the winner. So the way to do it is on the free iHeartRadio app. You search 1200 WOAI and look for that red circle. That's the talkback button, 30 seconds. Let us know what your special talent is. Maybe demonstrate it if you can.
Now on just now on YouTube on our chat at 1200 WOAI, the live video stream, Kemper, one of our favorites, on our Mount Rushmore, by the way, of talkback people, she says these tickets are going for $1,000 a piece on the secondary market.
Wow.
I mean, this is a hot ticket.
$1,000 a ticket. Man.
So I feel like we need to provide some examples of special talents. And Chris, I think we should start with you.
Well, and mine isn't one that I see. We would really, if somebody calling in, if you sing, if you play a kazoo or a saxophone, if you do impersonations, do your best Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. If you read poetry or write poetry, I mean, you can take this. So you have a better chance to win if you demonstrate your talent to us.
So it's hard to demonstrate yours.
The only talent I have, if you invite me over to your home and you've got a lot of beer in the refrigerator, I can remove that beer.
So you're a beer magician.
I'm a beer magician. 90 minutes, if there's a good game on,
It's over.
I
It's
can go
done.
through
It's
it,
gone.
and you'll be relieved of that space.
You know,
Taking
that's-
up space in your fridge, all those beer bottles.
That's kind of a public service, Chris.
Yes, it really is.
Yes,
I'm
it's so
here to
nice
help.
of him to do that for people.
I'm here to help.
Because, there are times when people go, I've got entirely too much beer in my fridge. Where is Chris?
Exactly. So, Charity, what is yours?
I'm actually the family barber. I
nice.
cut my husband's hair. I cut my son's hair. I've cut my daughter's hair. Now I'm the only one that goes to the
I was going to
salon.
ask.
Yeah.
I was going to ask.
I do not cut my own hair. No,
That's
I
kinda
wouldn't
hard to
risk
do,
that.
isn't it?
It is. It
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
And so far, no complaints, and no one's made fun of them. So the success rate seems to
That's
be pretty
huge.
high. Yeah.
That's huge.
Charity McCurdy, family barber.
I love
Yes.
it. Yeah.
That's we've known her for all these
I
years.
know.
That's the first time
Did
I've heard
not
that.
know
Yeah,
that.
not
And it's
Sweeney
not-
Todd,
No,
but yeah.
Not Sweeney Todd?
No,
Okay.
no, yeah.
Woo.
Yeah.
Mr. T, what about you?
I am a master baker.
a master baker.
Yes, big
Mm.
time. Yes, I love to bake, and my wife, so she doesn't like it when I bake because then that means she's going to eat my brownies and she's going to eat my cookies.
Brownies?
Oh yeah, I can make it all.
Any special ingredients in those brownies?
From time to time, Chris. Yes, I put a lot of love in them.
A lot of love.
Ah.
Yes. What about magic dust?
Every now and then,
Okay.
a little bit more for Santa, a
little bit more for Santa Claus?
Yeah, exactly.
A little bit more for Santa Claus. Okay, just checking. Just checking. So as Jerry said, if you can demonstrate your talent to us, you have a better chance of winning.
Amen.
But again, anything's possible. That free iHeartRadio app, hit the talkback button. You got 30 seconds. Somebody's winning Longhorn, Georgia Bulldog tickets. Charity, with all the stories you need to know about, then we will react to the latest on the search for missing Almas Park mother of four and realtor Suzanne Simpson. Right now, your Fox Business Report, WOAI News Time, 526. We'll react.
Yeah.
So, Calvin, what you're telling me is the Holmes Huskies will be annihilated by the number 5 Brennan Bears Saturday night at Gustafson Stadium. I predict Brennan 64, Holmes 3. 64-3. This would be my prediction. M1A1, welcome.
Good morning, M1A1. No, I don't bring any treats in, Tim. Nope. Also considered an alcoholic to some people. Sam, come on.
Come on, Sam.
He's doing a public service here.
I'm
man.
helping people out. I help clear out your refrigerator. Oh, my goodness. Hey, thanks for dressing up, Matt Finn.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Buckholz. It's Brennan's homecoming, too, just so you know.
How do you know that?
Because Calvin Buckholz just told me.
I thought you just added that piece of information. I was thinking.
No. Mr. Buckholz told me. I believe him. Jeez, we were so late. For some reason, we're on a heavy clock. No, see, this is ridiculous. Okay, hang on. I can move a minute here. Hang on. Because I can. Much better. Okay.
By the way, when Charlie sent that text at 8:25 p.m., did he expect us to be awake?
I
I was not.
good question, because I was not.
Yeah.
I didn't see it. I was on my way to bed when I saw
My
it.
phone was on airplane mode.
Yeah, I just don't. Text don't alert me.
Yeah.
Sorry. Make a wish, baby. You cool with doing the missing mom here?
Oh yeah. Let me text her.
No audio, Charity.
We won't be asking for audio.
5:32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Trump and Harris bring their campaigns to a key battleground state and an update in the search for a missing Almas Park mother. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Tuesday: sunny, a high in the mid 90s. Tonight's low near 63. Right now, 65 degrees. Well, voting for president begins today in Georgia, one of the hotly contested swing states. Here's Fox's Evan Brown.
Georgia begins its early in-person voting today. Each county has a number of specialized early voting sites, which may not be the same locations used on Election Day specifically. The Georgia Secretary of State's office is expecting millions of their registered voters to cast ballots between now and November 1st, when the early vote period ends. ID is required. Georgia will be worth 16 votes in the Electoral College, and it is considered a swing state and has been a battleground since 2020 and the resulting controversies and prosecution of former President Donald Trump. Eben Brown, Fox News.
Former President Trump traveled to Oaks, Pennsylvania yesterday to speak to voters at a town hall. Trump says Vice President Kamala Harris is not suitable for the Oval Office.
We have the worst president and the worst vice president in the history of our country by far. And let me tell you, she is worse than him. And he's actually, I didn't think I'd ever say this about anybody. She's actually, you take a look at, she's more dangerous than him, but he's actually smarter than her. I never thought I'd say that.
Trump at one point paused his town hall with a music-filled intermission after at least 2 attendees appeared to pass out while in the crowd. And this came the same day Vice President Harris traveled to Erie, Pennsylvania to rally with voters in the swing state where she criticized Trump.
He's talking about that he considers anyone who doesn't support him or who will not bend to his will an enemy of our country.
And Harris will sit for an exclusive interview with Fox News. The network announced that anchor Brett Baier will interview the presidential candidate. It'll air tomorrow at 5 p.m. It'll be your first sit-down interview with Fox ever. And it's getting harder to avoid political ads the closer we get to the election. Beth Myers has more.
Texas Senator Ted Cruz is blasting the airwaves with relentless ads, suggesting that his Democratic contender wants to allow biological men to play on girls' sports teams. Rice University political analyst Mark Jones says that's a winning message.
Far more Texans agree with the Republican position of not allowing transgender girls to play in women and girls sports.
Jones says the ads also force Colin Allred to confront the issue rather than push his own agenda. Allred denies the claims. Transgender sports participation is set to be one of the big issues when the pair face off tonight in their one and only debate. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
A San Antonio police officer is serving a 30-day suspension for sexting a married woman while he was on duty. Officer Mark Castillo's suspension started October 1st and continues through October 30th. Castillo was initially suspended for 45 days, but it was reduced to 30 days after a meeting with Chief William McManus. Castillo was formerly assigned to McManus's security detail, but he's been moved to the SAPD Vehicle Crimes Unit. The woman's husband found their explicit text in May and then called 911. The search for a missing San Antonio mother and realtor continues this morning as a bond hearing for her husband has been canceled. Eric Lycum has the very latest.
State troopers and Texas Rangers combed through the grid at a landfill in southeast Bexar County yesterday and will resume searching there this morning in the case of 51-year-old Suzanne Clark Simpson, who's been missing since a week ago Sunday. Investigators only say evidence led them to this location, but would not disclose what that was. An area in Bernie was searched last week, as was the family's Almost Park home. Meantime, today's bond reduction hearing for her husband, Brad Simpson, was canceled. He remains jailed in Bexar County on $2 million bond for unrelated domestic violence charges. His attorneys have no comment. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world of business. We say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
Good morning, Bob Beavers.
Good morning, Bob. Funny take by Kemper. If someone sexts, easy for me to say.
I know.
If someone sexts your wife, are you going to call 911? Why would a person want that to make the news? Now, if the woman didn't want the communication, that's different.
True.
Now, can you imagine that phone call?
No.
911, what is your emergency?
Somebody's sexting my wife.
Someone is sexting my wife.
Good morning, Bob. Yes, Mr. Buckholz was a teacher at John Jay High School, Bob. He was. Not one of my teachers, but he was a teacher there.
How did you manage not to have him?
I don't know. I just unlucky, I guess.
Now, how do you know him then?
Because he was a teacher there.
But he wasn't your teacher.
I know, but I had friends that had him.
All right, but I mean, did you get to know all the teachers you didn't have?
Pretty much.
Oh, man, not me.
Man, I knew everybody.
If I
there.
didn't have you as a teacher, we're not having a conversation.
Let's put it this way, too. My locker was pretty close to his classroom.
Yeah.
And he would stand out in the hallway. He was always very cool. Very nice guy. But he would stand in the hallway, so I'd see him in the hallways between classes a lot.
So there's that.
And he was a legend. He was a legend.
A legend.
Chris. And I don't use that term lightly. Stand by.
Yep. San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charlie Parker in the next hour with Those Were the Days. I'm Chris Duell, Andrew Zimmel, and EJ Pacheco flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew running our YouTube stream. You can go find it. Go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI in just a few minutes. We'll play Flashback. We'll go back in time, try to figure out what year we land in. And your talkback's coming up later this half hour. We're giving away Longhorn Georgia Bulldog tickets, hottest ticket in college football this weekend. And we're asking you, what is your hidden talent? And can you demonstrate it to us? Charity, you talked about it in the newscast at the bottom of the hour. The search for mother of four and realtor Suzanne Simpson moves into its second week. And I find it interesting that they're searching at a landfill now. I wonder if they know something that has led that search to that landfill.
Yeah, the only thing investigators will say at this point is that evidence led them to the landfill location, but would not elaborate. So this is now the third location they are searching in connection to the disappearance of Suzanne Simpson. Of course, they started with the couple's home as well as an area on I-10 near Highway 87 in Bernie. That's around where Brad Simpson was arrested. And now we're at this East Side landfill. So hopefully we will get more clues as the family and loved ones of Suzanne Simpson are looking for some kind of closure or holding out hope that she might be alive somewhere. But at this point, hopes are fading.
Yeah, hopes are fading as every day goes by. And interesting that they pick a landfill. I mean, that means I'm with you, Chris. They have to know something. They wouldn't just go, hey, let's go look over here.
Yeah.
Let's go look over here. They got to know something. And for them to go out to that landfill, which is a big undertaking, first of all, to go out there and look for anything.
Yeah, and again, we're speculating because we have to in this case, or at least I am. You wonder, okay, do they have some kind of physical evidence that made them think to go look in that landfill, or they've got the truck, and so they've, I'm wondering. We've talked about this. There are surveillance cameras everywhere. You're wondering if perhaps that truck was caught on a surveillance camera somewhere near that landfill at about the time that Brad Simpson was out, in between the time of the disappearance of his wife, Suzanne Simpson, and his arrest. We won't know this for a while, but again, I just find it very peculiar and interesting that they're searching in that landfill.
Yeah, and I mean, I wonder if it goes as far as finding something on the vehicle, like in the tread of the tires or something that led them to believe that maybe that's where he was at a East Side landfill. Again, he has not been named an official suspect in the case of his wife's disappearance. However, he is facing family violence charges, and he is not cooperating with investigators when it comes to talking about his wife and where she was and what led possibly to her disappearance.
Now, look, it's one of these things where, they're not going to give us every bit of information. The police officers, the investigators are not going to give us too much information on what they have so far on this suspect or, bad actor, however you want to put it. But they have to know something if they're doing this much searching. This is what Charity said, at least the third location that they're searching now.
Yeah. And although we hold out hope and pray that somehow Suzanne Simpson is alive, although a lot of people are saying, a devoted mother of four is not going to go away for 8-9 days now without being heard from. But there are cases that a body is never found, and with each passing day, certainly everyone would like to see closure in this case one way or another. But with each passing day, you wonder a little more. Might that be the case here? We will continue to bring you the absolute latest on the disappearance of Suzanne Simpson and the investigation as we learn more information. Coming up, Flashback, and then a little bit of a talent show of sorts for Texas Longhorn Georgia Bulldog tickets. WOAI News Time 546.
And we're back. Oh, tonight, murders. Today, murders in the building.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we watched The Old Man last night from last week because when I went out of town, we missed it. So, Bob, did you know him? Bob says everyone knew him.
Everybody did at the school.
Oh, I thought he was talking about Brad Simpson.
No, he's
He said
talking about
everyone-
Mr. Buckholz.
Okay. I thought Bob was talking about Brad Simpson. Everyone knew him. Okay.
No, I didn't know. Did you know him?
I did not.
No, I did not know him either. Because I don't go to the
Although-
Argyle Club.
My Facebook friends, I'm amazed at how many
They know him?
a lot of people knew her
Okay.
and a lot of people knew him.
Wow.
Somebody on one of the things I posted said, I called his brother and said, tell your brother to come clean on this. So,
Okay, that's weird.
Yeah.
That is weird.
54 degrees where RK is.
54 at Lake Hills. I don't know where Mag 7189 is.
Supermoon.
but- Supermoon.
6:26 a.m. Thursday.
Okay.
Woo.
Hey, right at the break time, too. Perfect.
Yeah. 7% bigger, 15% brighter than
They
normal.
love us, don't they? Baby, come back.
Record high 95.
Oh, we might break that then. But right now, we're forecast at 97. We just had a
Cool.
record, Chris.
There should always be a river parade.
You know, I agree. Yeah, you read the old man according to Echo.
Echo.
Ah, Denver. Okay, Mag. Mag's in Denver where it's 49 and breezy.
Oh, my goodness.
My daughter just came back from Denver. That was Spurs game tonight.
Yes.
You haven't heard anything back, have you?
Go, Dylan, go.
Yeah. Mushroom coffee.
I've heard of that mushroom coffee, RK. I'm
Isn't it
interested.
good?
Let us know if you like it.
Do you see things after you drink it?
Yes. Do you see colors?
Yeah.
Do you play White Rabbit by Jefferson Airplane?
Magic mushroom coffee?
I'm also hearing a lot of good things about cacao
You know,
in place of coffee.
yeah, I've heard that too.
Kemper came from 47 degrees in Chicago.
Okay.
And I posted it on Facebook, but I don't know if I told you yesterday. I got the Facebook suggest friends.
Yeah.
People you may know in case
Yeah.
you want to friend them. And I got Brad Simpson on
Did you really?
on my page. I'm like,
So did you friend him?
no, thank you, Facebook.
You don't want to get,
Yeah.
he sees things all the time.
Yeah.
Way to go.
It is time to go back in time. What year will we land in? We'll try to figure it out. You try to figure it out. Let's play Flashback.
Ding.
Mr. Baseball. I hear brick house.
Yeah.
Yes. She's mighty, mighty. I think I got this, Mr. T, but you dinged in. What do you got?
1977.
I believe you're right because I had the 8-track Commodores that had brick house.
Columbia Record
I
House.
was a senior in high school. It was the fall of 77. I graduated in 78. Charity, we're thinking 77. How about you?
I'm confident in that. Let's do it.
Let's find out. Yes, Mr. T built like an Amazon. Charity, what stories are you following?
A key battleground state is taking center stage for both the Trump and Harris campaigns. An Eastside landfill is now the third site being searched in connection to the disappearance of an Almas Park mother. And environmental groups continued their fight against SpaceX. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, near record high temperatures. Forecast high in the mid to upper 90s. Tomorrow, mostly sunny but cooler. Highs in the upper 70s. Overnight lows in the low to mid 50s. And then on Thursday, sunshine, except for a few afternoon clouds. Highs right around 80 degrees. It is 66 degrees in Alamo Heights, 54 in Lake Hills, and 65 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:53.
54 in Lake Hills. You got that report by our resident meteorologist, RK.
Yes.
In the YouTube chat. Go find us on YouTube at 1200 WOAI. We are giving away a pair of the hottest tickets in college football this Saturday evening in Austin. The number 1 Texas Longhorns hosting the number 5 Georgia Bulldogs. But you have to tell us and hopefully demonstrate your hidden talent to us. Charity, how do they do that?
The free iHeartRadio app. You search 1200 WOAI. Look for that red circle. That's the talkback button. Hit it. 30 seconds to sound off.
Yep. And here is our first entry.
Good morning, First News. Love a Longhorn Tuesday. I would have to say my hidden talent is parallel parking. Can't demonstrate it on the air, but learned how to do it in a panel truck. Taught 4 daughters how to do it. Lived in the D.C. area, had to parallel park. Hey, that's a skill any good woman should have. Anyways, Hook 'em Horns, going to beat the hell out of Georgia. Have a great day.
Kemper.
That is a talent.
That's a talent. That's a great talkback, as always, from Kemper. And Charity, any good woman should parallel park.
I could just see Kemper now, her long blonde hair. She's got her right hand behind the passenger seat. She's, staring down that curb. That's a power move right there. That's a power talent.
And I wonder if a young man brings a woman home to his parents and says, "I'm going to marry her." Well, can she parallel park?
First question.
That's a good woman.
First question.
Very nice.
Definitely. All right. Now here's somebody who's going to demonstrate some talent for us.
Hey, good morning, Chris, Tim, and Charity. Hey, it's Rooster. Okay, here I go.
Nice.
Okay, I need to stop now because Michelle's laughing her butt off. So I'm going to wake up all the damn dogs and the cats in the neighborhood. Anyway, that's my entry. All right, talk to y'all later.
Rooster on the harmonica.
Wow.
That was very, very. He is our current leader.
So far in the
He's
clubhouse.
the leader in the clubhouse
in the league.
for Longhorn ticket.
I would agree, yeah.
But then he has some competition right here with our good friend, the school teacher in Lytle.
Hey guys, Steve from Lytle. Ignore that first message. That was a mistake. I hit send on accident. I can sing decently. I lead the music at my church. And I can tell jokes, of course. Y'all know that. I can make people laugh. Sometimes at the weirdest times. And sometimes I think, wait, is that really the appropriate time? But I can make people laugh. I can choke on air. I can trip on flat ground. I can lose my phone while I'm holding it. So I have lots of talents.
So I wonder if he tells jokes at funerals. I wonder if Stephen puts the fun in funeral.
I thought we were going to hear a tune.
I thought he was
Steven.
going to sing
Yeah.
too. Now, I didn't listen to his first one because he said to ignore it, but I'll go back and listen a little bit later. RK's checking in too.
RK here. look, I'm more concerned about everybody than some tickets. So if Donald Trump wins, what you need to do is start now, buy all the bottled water you can, all the canned goods you can, because there's going to be riots. So everybody have a beautiful next 2 stocked up month.
Okay.
RK predicting riots.
Yeah. I don't like
after the
hearing
election.
that.
All right.
Well, thanks.
But
Thanks,
that's,
RK.
that's a good tip. Always
Yeah.
have some bottled water.
His talent is to bring the show down to a halt.
Yes.
Very good, Rooster. I mean, RK, sorry.
So I guess Rooster is currently in the lead
Yes, sir.
with that harmonica playing. All right.
Yeah.
We want to know your hidden talents. We're giving away the hottest ticket in college football. 2 of them, a pair to the winner. That and more coming up. Charity with all the big stories you need to know about at the top of the hour. WOAI News Time, 5:57.
.601 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the presidential candidates sharpen their attacks in the final stretch, and the search for a missing mother of 4 expands. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Tuesday, sunny, a high in the mid 90s. Tonight's low near 63. Right now, 64 degrees. Well, former President Trump traveled to Oaks, Pennsylvania yesterday to speak to voters at a town hall alongside South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem. Trump says he must beat Vice President Kamala Harris in next month's election.
She's not for this job. Everybody knows it. Look, we're running against not her. We're running against a very powerful and a very corrupt machine.
Meantime, the Trump campaign says the man who was arrested outside Trump's rally in California was not attempting to assassinate him. That's according to Fox News. Police said Vim Miller tried to pass a security checkpoint with loaded guns and multiple passports with fake names in his vehicle. Miller, who was released on $5,000 bail, said any notion that he was planning to assassinate Trump is ridiculous. Vice President Kamala Harris hit the campaign trail in Erie, Pennsylvania yesterday and criticized the former president.
Donald Trump, I think in our collective opinion, certainly mine, is an unserious man. But the consequences of him ever being president again are brutally serious.
Harris holds on to a lead of just less than 2 points ahead of Trump, according to the Real Clear Politics poll average. And border security continues to prove as a key issues for voters. Texas Republican Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick told Fox News that the two issues that will decide the election is the economy and safety.
So much of our safety is directly tied to the thousands and thousands of criminals and the gangs that are here in America that Biden and Kamala Harris have let in.
The National Border Patrol Council recently announced an endorsement for former President Trump. Well, Ted Cruz is leading Colin Allred in polls for his Senate seat, but the Democrat is bringing in much more money for his campaign as the two are set to spar in a live debate tonight.
Most polls show Republican Ted Cruz with a 4 to 5 point lead over Allred, but Allred has raised more cash for his campaign. Campaign finance data for the first 6 months of the year shows Allred raising $11.5 million to Cruz's $9.5 million. Now, both are getting contributions from out of state, but Allred's donors are giving more on average than Cruz's donors. The only debate between the incumbent senator and the Metroplex congressman will be tonight from the WFAA TV studios and will air statewide beginning at 7 p.m. Eric Lycom, News Radio 1200, WOAI.
State troopers will continue to search the Southeast Bexar County landfill today for evidence in Suzanne Simpson's disappearance. The Almas Park mother of four was last seen a week ago Sunday. Her husband, Brad Simpson, was arrested last Wednesday in Kendall County for domestic assault and unlawful restraint. He has since been transferred to the Bexar County Jail. Investigators searched the couple's home last week, as well as an area on I-10 near Highway 87 and Bernie, near where Brad Simpson was arrested. Simpson's bond reduction hearing set for this morning has been canceled due to a federal detainer. Well, environmental groups are furious that Elon Musk's private spaceflight company keeps launching rockets in South Texas. Rex Oates reports.
There was another liftoff Sunday at the spaceport near Boca Chica Beach. This, despite the fact that SpaceX does not hold all the permits needed. Jared Margolis with the Center for Biological Diversity says, once again, the water cooling system showered waste into a sensitive area.
The Fish and Wildlife Service has called this one of the most biologically diverse areas in the country because of these tidal flats that provide this habitat for the birds.
Last week, a group of local activists filed suit asking the FAA to stop the launches until spaceport's water cooling system is deemed safe for the environment. I'm Rex Oates, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 6:06. The Spurs take on the Heat tonight in Miami in preseason play. The voice of the Spurs, Bill Schoening, has more in today's Spurs Report.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday, just 3 weeks out from the 2024 election. We are Election Central. Team coverage now until a new president is elected. We got a big 6 o'clock hour for you. 6:40, White House correspondent and attorney John Decker from the campaign trail. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. And coming up, we'll talk about the changes in our weather that will be upon us sometime tomorrow. That and more. First, speaking of the weather, how about some traffic and weather together?
Sunny skies, near record high temperatures, highs in the mid to upper 90s. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, but cooler. Highs only in the upper 70s. Overnight lows in the low to mid 50s. Thursday, sunshine, except for a few afternoon clouds. Highs right around 80 degrees. 64 in Lavernia, 66 in Fort Sam, Houston, and 65 right here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time, 6:12.
I may want to sail away to Key Largo after the temperature drops.
Yeah.
Sometime Wednesday. San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. And we could have a high, a record high today. The current record was at 94 or 95?
95.
95. So we will equal it if we get to 95. If we top out at 96 or above, we'll have a record hot temperature today.
So you think we get the record?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If yesterday was any indication, it was hot. It was uncomfortably hot yesterday.
It was all right. I didn't mind it.
Uncomfortably hot.
Yes.
It's not like it was summer.
It felt like summer. I mean, that sun is brutal.
But the humidity was low, so it was a dry heat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Charity, tomorrow you'll be able to, throw on a
light sweater,
a scarf, maybe get a pumpkin spice latte, sit by the fireplace, build a fire.
No, I'm not going to go to those extremes. It's only going to be in the upper 70s. I mean, it's cooler. Yes. It's cooler, and I welcome it. But then we're going to start inching back up into the 80s and maybe even low 90s.
I'm looking at the Weather Channel 10-day forecast, and it says on Wednesday, which is tomorrow, the low temperature 50.
Really?
Which means it's a degree away from 49.
I wonder if they give different temperatures for different web browsers.
I think they do. I think they do.
Like depending on.
I got San Antonio.
Because I'm looking at the hourlies right now for tomorrow, and the lowest it's going to get, it looks like 64.
Yeah.
Just bring layers, dress in layers.
What do you
never
have
know.
Over there, Charity? Let's see what we've got going on here.
So right now, for Wednesday, it shows, and I just refreshed the page.
Mm-hmm.
It shows 79 for the high tomorrow, and then 54 for the low.
I got 76 for the high and 50 for the low in San Antonio on the Weather Channel.
Same here, San Antonio.
It's crazy.
All right. So we're giving you a range.
Well,
the point.
Charity, you're a little bit farther north.
I'm going to show the YouTube people so they don't think I'm making that up.
Charity's a little farther north, so she, I get that.
Yeah, there it is.
See, I'm looking at now Wednesday, 79, 54. Mm-hmm. What do you got over there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, it's different on his.
Yeah.
76 and 50, but he is farther north. So
not that much further north.
It's like 5.5 feet. Chris.
I wonder if his zip code, like how he has a zip code set for. Don't you enter zip code and it tells you like the different areas of San Antonio? The temperature is different depending on location.
I just entered San Antonio. It says search city or zip code.
Yeah, I searched city also. Yeah.
San Antonio.
That's what I did.
Search the
All
zip
right.
code.
You're special. You have a special forecast.
Yes,
either that or the Weather Channel is just taunting me. It
I'm going to go with the latter.
I
Chris.
don't want a lower temperature. So there's somebody at the Weather Channel messing with me. By the way, did you know there's a super moon on Thursday morning?
Yes.
Gorgeous.
Not just a moon, a super moon.
Super.
Woo.
The moon is super on
It's going to be
Thursday.
super.
It's going to be super.
I'm very excited. Plus a comet. That comet visible for another few days. It's a beautiful thing.
I wasn't prepared for the super. Sorry. That's
super.
I'm glad I wasn't sipping coffee at the time.
If you're going to do a spit take, Charity, make sure it's on video. Make sure the camera is on you for the YouTube universe. Lots more coming up. An arrest made, FEMA crews threatened as they work to help people in the aftermath of the hurricane. We'll talk about that. WOAI News Time, 6:16.
And we're back. That is bizarre, though. We all got different temperatures. Same website, different temperatures. Hang on, I got to listen to this one real quick. Well, good news is, Chris, they will not lose this Sunday.
True.
So we can bank on that.
Yes.
Because that's the only thing about having a bye week is that they will not lose.
Is that FEMA story in here?
Yeah. Okay. Storyteller coming in. Huh.
Eliminating hard water in your home is now easier and more affordable than ever. First call Pumpkin AC has a solution with their multiple water treatment options. We always believe
Just like Bogey and Bacall. Now, why do you think that this person would actually take on FEMA? It maybe
because he's listening to the Joe Pag
Thank
show.
you.
And Glenn Beck.
Mm.
The best storyteller in Texas. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
26, Chris.
Okay.
Hard. Hello.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday, just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. Bizarre story out of North Carolina, arresting a gentleman who was supposedly hunting FEMA employees. We'll get into that coming up. First, Charity, what stories are you following?
Georgia begins early voting today as Trump and Harris continue to trade barbs on the campaign trail. The two candidates in one of the biggest U.S. Senate races face off tonight, and a bond hearing has been canceled for the husband of a missing mother of four. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, near record high temperatures. Forecast high in the mid to upper 90s. Tomorrow, sunny but cooler. Highs in the upper 70s. Thursday, sunshine except for a few afternoon clouds. Highs right around 80 degrees. 66 in Monte Vista, 66 at Randolph Air Force Base, and 65 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 622.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. I'm Chris Duell. A little bit later, we'll hear more from you. We're giving away Texas Longhorn tickets on this Longhorn Tuesday as well. Longhorns taking on the Georgia Bulldogs, number 1 Texas versus number 5 Georgia. Hottest ticket in college football. We got a pair of those tickets. Going to give them away as you demonstrate to us your hidden talent. Strange story out of North Carolina. In fact, Rutherford County, North Carolina. First of all, National Guard troops say they ran into an armed militia as they were in the area. And there was an arrest of a gentleman from Bostic, North Carolina. His name, William Parsons. He had an assault rifle. He had a handgun. And he said he was there. He was looking to harm FEMA employees in the Lake Lure and Chimney Rock area. Very bizarre story that someone would go after FEMA employees like this.
And what's scary is that he's already been released on a $10,000 bond. But again, this only harms neighbors in the area, those that need that aid from FEMA and parts of North Carolina. But because of this threat from William Parsons, who's 44 years old, they had to pause their operations out of safety concerns for their own employees.
Yeah, which is so unfortunate to have one person mess it up for everybody that's in need right now going on. They're going through hell right now in North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, all those areas. And you got a Yahoo doing this, stopping progress, because where does he get this from?
There are conspiracy theories. There is misinformation out there saying that FEMA is not acting the way it should. There were the stories of FEMA funds being diverted to illegal immigrants, which turned out not to be the case. So, but for someone to take up arms and want to harm and maybe even kill fellow Americans who in this case are working to help victims of of the hurricanes that have hit the region. It's just I can't wrap my head around it.
Yeah, and they've looked at his online activity, which he had ties to extremist organizations, and apparently he promoted the militia group, the Three Percenters. So they're looking at that right now. But again, he's already out of jail because after posting bonds. So hopefully he's learned his lesson and there won't be any future threats.
Or hopefully they're keeping an eye on that
Yeah,
guy, watching
exactly.
where he might go next. We got a lot coming up. Charity's got all the big stories that you need to know about at the bottom of the hour. White House correspondent John Decker on the campaign trail with just 3 weeks until the 2024 election. We'll get the latest from him. WOAI News Time, 626. Sure.
Hello, everybody.
Woohoo!
Woohoo! Good morning, Connie. Who's the captain?
I think she was calling me that for the captain's
Oh, I
hat.
got you. Never
I
mind.
do believe.
Thought maybe that the Captain Kangaroo was in here.
No. RK, Jacob, Travis,
Echo, give me a
Rooster.
bowl of chili and I'll say you talent.
Trevin, Tracy Bogart.
Kemper's out. Tracy Boger's in. All right, cool. He's back. Oh wait, no, that's his alter ego. I got actually a couple of Instagram messages from our good friend Tracy Bogart.
Oh, yeah, he sent me Facebook. Thanks for dressing up, man.
He dresses like that every day. You know that? Usually it's black though. He must have ran out. The black ones are all dirty now, so he's got to get to the gray ones. Yeah. Do 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 do.
6:30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Trump and Harris bring their campaigns to a key battleground state and an update in the search for a missing Almas Park mother. We'll have details first, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Tuesday: sunny, a high in the mid 90s. Tonight's low near 63. Right now, 64 degrees. Voting for president begins today in Georgia, one of the hotly contested swing states. Here's Fox's Eben Brown.
Georgia begins its early in-person voting today. Each county has a number of specialized early voting sites, which may not be the same locations used on Election Day specifically. The Georgia Secretary of State's office is expecting millions of their registered voters to cast ballots between now and November 1st, when the early vote period ends. ID is required. Georgia will be worth 16 votes in the Electoral College, and it is considered a swing state and has been a battleground since 2020 and the resulting controversies and prosecution of former President Donald Trump. Eben Brown, Fox News.
Former President Trump, meantime, traveled to Oaks, Pennsylvania yesterday to speak to voters at a town hall. Trump says VP Kamala Harris is not suitable for the Oval Office.
We have the worst president and the worst vice president in the history of our country by far. And let me tell you, she is worse than him. And he's actually, I didn't think I'd ever say this about anybody. She's actually, you take a look at, she's more dangerous than him, but he's actually smarter than her. I never thought I'd say that.
Trump at one point paused his town hall with a music-filled intermission after at least 2 attendees appeared to pass out while in the crowd. And this came the same day Harris traveled to Erie, Pennsylvania to rally with voters in the swing state where she criticized the former president.
He's talking about that he considers anyone who doesn't support him or who will not bend to his will an enemy of our country.
And Harris will sit for an exclusive interview with Fox News. The network announced that anchor Brett Baier will interview the presidential candidate. It'll air tomorrow at 5 p.m. from Pennsylvania. It'll be her first sit-down interview with Fox News ever. And it's getting harder to avoid political ads the closer we get to the November election. Here's Beth Myers.
Texas Senator Ted Cruz is blasting the airwaves with relentless ads, suggesting that his Democratic contender wants to allow biological men to play on girls' sports teams. Rice University political analyst Mark Jones says that's a winning message.
Far more Texans agree with the Republican position of not allowing transgender girls to play in women and girls sports.
Jones says the ads also force Colin Allred to confront the issue rather than push his own agenda. Allred denies the claims. Transgender sports participation is set to be one of the big issues when the pair face off tonight in their one and only debate. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Texas continues to grow by leaps and bounds, but state lawmakers were told that transportation funding is not keeping up. Mark Williams with TxDOT says a 10-year, $100 billion transportation plan needs to be expanded.
We really need to have about a $200 billion letting for construction if we're going to keep pace.
He says that easing congestion would have a $17 billion economic impact. Earlier this year, the governor announced more funding for streets and roads. The state is spending about $2 billion a year on maintenance. The search for a missing San Antonio mother and realtor continues this morning as a bond hearing for her husband has been canceled. Eric Livecam has the latest.
State troopers and Texas Rangers combed through the grid at a landfill in southeast Bexar County yesterday and will resume searching there this morning in the case of 51-year-old Suzanne Clark Simpson, who's been missing since a week ago Sunday. Investigators only say evidence led them to this location, but would not disclose what that was. An area in Bernie was searched last week, as was the family's Almost Park home. Meantime, today's bond reduction hearing for her husband, Brad Simpson, was canceled. He remains jailed in Bexar County on $2 million bond for unrelated domestic violence charges. His attorneys have no comment. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Several workers are suing the Mexican energy company Pemex over a deadly gas leak at a Deer Park oil refinery. The hydrogen sulfide leak killed 2 contract workers and injured 35 others. A lawsuit filed by 3 injured employees claims the company acted with gross negligence and malice to the extent that they also hurt the general public. The plaintiffs' attorneys say they're still unable to work because they suffered from dizziness, headaches, and nausea. Attorneys continue their fight to save the life of Robert Robertson, scheduled for execution on Thursday. Barbara Schwartz reports.
Robertson was sentenced to death for killing his daughter in East Texas more than 20 years ago via shaken baby syndrome. The science behind that now considered dubious. His lawyers say she died from pneumonia combined with an accidental fall. Last week, the Texas Criminal Court of Appeals ordered a new trial in a shaken baby case out of Dallas, but refused to intervene in Robertson's. Today, there'll be a hearing in Palestine to recuse the trial judge, and the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles will likely issue its recommendation for or against clemency. Tomorrow, Texas lawmakers hold a hearing on the 10-year-old junk science statute, and a petition with over 100,000 signatures to stop the execution will be delivered to Governor Abbott.
And a San Antonio police officer serving a 30-day suspension for sexting a married woman while on duty. Officer Mark Castillo's suspension started October 1st and runs until the end of the month. Castillo was initially suspended for 45 days, but it was reduced to 30 days after a meeting with the police chief. Castillo was formerly assigned to McManus's security detail, but he's been moved to the SAPD Vehicle Crimes Unit. The woman's husband found their explicit texts in May and then called 911. It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Coming up at 6:48, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days. We are Election Central. We bring you full team coverage now until a new president is elected. And a big part of our coverage is White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. John, just 3 weeks away from Election Day. How will former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris be spending this day?
Well, as you know, last night, both of them were in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. They've left Pennsylvania. They are in two new battleground states for today. For the vice president, she's in Michigan. For the former president, he will be in Georgia. In fact, he'll be in Georgia the next 2 days for different events. So gives you a sense, 3 weeks to go. And both of these candidates hitting those battleground states, knowing full well that pretty much every poll that comes out shows this race essentially as a dead heat.
And John, apparently Kamala Harris will do her first ever interview with Fox News tomorrow. That sounds like it could be a risky move since she's entering territory not deemed exactly friendly.
Well, that's right. I mean, look, I think that shows, you call it risk, but, know your stuff. If you know what you want to do, if you have a vision for America, no interview should be too tough. I would love to see Donald Trump, do an interview with the mirror image, so to speak, of Fox News, MSNBC. That would be something. But I don't think that's in the offing. And I think what we're seeing right now from Vice President Harris is, with the various media interviews that she's been doing, yesterday with Roland Martin, today with Charlemagne the God, also in addition to that, the interview that you just mentioned with Fox News, it's leaving nothing on the field. It's doing everything that you can to reach out to that 4% or so of the electorate that describes themselves at this moment as an undecided voter.
And speaking of leaving it all on the field, how long will they continue this blitz? Will they take it all the way up until Election Day? Will they stop the week before? How long will this happen?
No, this happens all the way up until Election Day. Even though early voting has begun, you can't really take time off. You don't want to have a moment, if you end up coming short where you think to yourself, I shouldn't have taken off that Saturday, or I shouldn't have taken off that Sunday. Now, look, there will be a Saturday or a Sunday where the schedule is not as intense, but every other day of the week, I would expect to see both of these candidates working so hard in an effort to get out the vote. And that's what it's all about in these remaining few weeks.
And John, it seems like every couple of days, new polling data comes out. These national polls. Yesterday, I brought up the NBC poll that had this as a dead heat. But as we've discussed with you before, national polls really, they don't matter nearly as much as those swing states. That's where this election will be decided.
Yeah, that's right. And so, I've made the point before. It's interesting to look at them, but I don't, focus as much attention on a national poll as I would, let's say, on a poll from a respected news organization in a battleground state like Pennsylvania or North Carolina or Michigan or Wisconsin, those kinds of polls. And again, wouldn't put everything in terms of figuring out what's going to happen in those states based upon one poll. But those are the polls that I think should be the ones that get the most attention, because those are the ones that give us an indication about how Trump and Harris are doing in those key swing states.
And John, I found it interesting during her Pennsylvania rally, Harris had clips of Trump on a large screen on the stage as she tries to paint him as unhinged. And we've heard Trump repeatedly call Harris not smart. Do you expect things to only get nastier with just 3 weeks to go?
I do. Unfortunately, I do. It's not good. Think about in the aftermath of that vice presidential debate, the way everybody, I think, including you, was saying that's refreshing, to see two candidates talking nicely to each other, may not agree on the issues, but they're cordial to each other. We're not seeing that at the presidential level, and I think it's only going to increase in terms of the, ferocity for the course of the next 3 weeks. Obviously, this is something that the Harris campaign wants to focus on, the mental acuity of Donald Trump. It's pretty interesting because you just may recall 6 months ago, the focus was on Joe Biden, his mental acuity. Now the focus is on Donald Trump as the oldest candidate running for president.
He's a big part of our election 2024 coverage. White House correspondent and attorney John Decker coming up. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days. Then we're going to hear from you, your hidden talents, as we determine who's getting the hottest ticket in college football, Longhorns versus Georgia Bulldogs. WOAI News Time, 645. Thanks. Travis, Echo, Trevin, Tracy Bogart, Rooster, Tommy, RK, Jacob. Good morning, everybody. Calvin, if you're still in here. 3 weeks from the election. $34 people in here right now. Good morning. We know not everybody jumps into the chat. If we see your name, we say hello. It's the right thing to do. We like to be pleasant, cordial, hospitable, sometimes.
Boom, 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 boom. The tunnel to towers is another one of those things. Fox News asks for money all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had to keep my mom away from that as well.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. But that's what they do, man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Crocs for dogs.
Ooh, yeah.
There's a story right here on Opelka about it.
Okay. We'll try to work that in.
A new tool to help identify the mentally ill, Chris. Crocs for dogs.
Crocs for dogs?
A new tool to identify the mentally ill. That's what the headline is. That's what the headline is.
On your dog.
Crocs for dogs.
Then you
a
must
new
be
tool
mentally ill.
to help identify the mentally ill. Wow.
Hello, Carol. Welcome in.
Carol.
Good to see you. Trevin, that's a good question. I have heard that yacht rock is from the mid 1970s to the mid 1980s. But I'm sure you could make the argument that there's modern day yacht rock-ish music. I mean, if it is a genre, you know, there's country music, there's rock music, there's classic rock, there's soft rock, there's heavy metal. That's a good question, though.
I think yacht rock is more of a feeling, Chris.
Yes.
It's more of a
state of
an
mind.
attitude.
Yes.
An attitude. You know, you're on your yacht, you got your champagne, you got your caviar, you got your ascot, you know. That's a yacht rocker. Pantsuit Patty.
She's got issues. 40 days with no rain in San Antonio. Wow.
40 nights also.
Yeah.
What is it, days?
Yeah, what
always-
about the nights?
Yeah, days get all the headlines.
Longest stretch since 2015. That's big.
Wow.
I did not know
Longest
that.
stretch since 2015. Okay. No rain, 40 days. 40 days. Well, let's end that streak. What do you say, Chris?
Yes.
Man, that's a long time, man. That's almost 10 years, Chris. I mean, I'm not a math expert. Does sound like a drought, doesn't it, Tim?
It does.
What's up, Eric? How are you?
Speaking of Eric, is Eric in here?
Yeah.
We got to figure out when we're having him on the show.
I think we should have him on the show that, hang on. Oh, it's those were the days.
Yeah.
Never mind. We should have him on the show Monday.
Of next week.
Yeah.
All right.
Right?
Yeah.
I think that gives them 3 days to get everything, rolling.
Yeah. And that, all right, Eric. What
Do you have
about
a number?
Monday?
You have a number for him, or are we going to bring him in?
I have a number for him.
I think we should call him.
Okay.
Like 750?
Like on the phone. Well, we'll do a phoner, Eric.
On Monday.
And remember, Tangie's on Friday at 7:50.
Friday. Yeah. But that's why I'm thinking Monday.
Okay.
Now
we could
Friday,
do 8:20.
Friday, Opelka's probably going to be in here with us, which is
great.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably the whole 7 o'clock hour.
Okay.
Which that'd be cool with Tangie.
Yeah. No, Friday of this week.
Oh,
Tangie's
Tangie's
Friday
this
of
week.
this
Okay, next week. Okay, never mind. My bad. I get my Fridays confused. You say
Yeah.
Friday, I get all happy.
Yeah.
Morning, Connie.
And here are some of the stories we're following for you. Trump and Harris trade jabs while holding dueling campaign events in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. An Eastside landfill is being searched in connection to the disappearance of an Almas Park mother. And a Texas man set to be executed this week has lost one of his final appeals. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies, near record high temperatures today. Forecast high in the mid to upper 90s. Tomorrow, mostly sunny but cooler. Highs in the upper 70s. Thursday, sunshine except for a few clouds. Highs right around 80 degrees. It is 54 degrees in Kerrville, Texas. 61 in New Braunfels and 64 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:54.
San Antonio's first news on a yacht rock Tuesday and we've got a pair of the hottest tickets in college football. Number 1 Texas Longhorns hosting the number 5 Georgia Bulldogs. 6:30 p.m. kickoff Saturday evening in Austin, DKR Royal Memorial Stadium in Austin. Charity, we're asking the people, do they have a hidden talent? Tell us what their hidden talent is. If possible, demonstrate it to us. And we're going to determine who gets these tickets based on our favorites. How do they tell us? How do they demonstrate their talent to us?
Using the talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app, you search 1200 WOAI and look for that red circle. That's the talkback button. Once you hit it, 30 seconds to display those talents.
Now, we had Rooster currently in first place.
Yes, harmonica, and then
harmonica.
Yeah, and that's it so far.
I don't know. Kemper's parallel parking was quite impressive.
I didn't get a chance to see it. Did you?
She didn't demonstrate it for us.
I'm just very confident in her ability, I guess.
Till I see it, I won't believe it.
Okay.
All right, here's one.
Ooh, good morning, San Antonio First News. Ooh, you got yourself in a bubble on this one. Ha ha, because I got my hidden talent is I got them wings. Ooh, finger licking good wings. Come on. Man, I barbecue some good wings, saucy wings, Buffalo Wild Wings. That ain't wild enough for me. Them Wingstop. Ooh, man, stop with that nonsense. I got them home cooking wings. Get you back for some more.
I like the confidence.
I like the confidence, but it would help out if you brought us some wings there, Francisco.
That would have been. That was Francisco.
Yeah, Francisco would have been cool. Now here is somebody with some talent. Here's Paul.
Yo, this is Paul, the ride share guy. I'm not even a rapper, but I'm gonna have to try. Bumping that WOAI every single morning when I'm giving Uber rides. Chris, Tim, Charity McCurdy, the queen of radio because she's really, really pretty. Hope y'all have a wonderful day. Drops the mic and walks away.
Wow.
Oh.
Paul, the rideshare guy.
Dang, I think someone just leveled up.
Yeah, somebody just took the lead in the clubhouse. All right, here's our good friend, the storyteller.
It's a storyteller. Hey, come closer to the radio. Close your eyes. You remember that first time? I'd heard your voice on the radio hundreds of times. No, we were standing in Brother Park, our hearts beating like young teenagers, Adele singing in the background. You reached out and you touched my...
What?
He's the storyteller.
Oh,
That's I know. I'm sorry. I quit smoking.
Wow.
I mean,
Wow.
did he plan it to cut off like right there?
Yeah, he's a storyteller.
Okay. All right.
Because his last words is he reached out and touched my...
What a cliffhanger.
Can't wait for the next episode.
My goodness. Might have to have him on every show.
I was hanging on to his every word. I mean, wow. Okay.
All right. Here's our good friend, the Pennsylvania truck driver.
Well, good morning, guys. This is your Pennsylvania truck driver, DJ. It's been a while. I'm kind of out a week ago. I was in the hospital, but everything's well, and I'm out running the roads again. I want to let you know that I woke up. It was a balmy 37 degrees with a blistering heat wave of 57 expected for the high today. Well, as far as my gift or my talent, it's the gift of gab. I guess that's why I'm a preacher, but my wife tells me it's more of a curse than it is a gift. You have a good day.
Wow. Well, DJ, we're glad you're out of the hospital,
Yes.
man.
Yeah. Yes,
Hope
definitely.
everything's good.
Definitely glad you're out of the hospital. All right. Here's one more from Gary.
Good morning, guys. This is Gary. My talent is and has been for the last 30 years of marriage to do anything and everything I can to please my wife. By winning these tickets and taking her to the UT football game would definitely fulfill my talent and please her. I pray I win these tickets. Amen.
Ding, 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 ding.
It's just shameless begging, isn't it?
It's kind of groveling. Is your talent groveling?
I appreciate it.
It was very good, though.
Yeah, that's
very
good. All about the wifey.
He reached out and touched my...
Yeah. Wow. So currently, I guess Paul the ride
rapper,
share guy
yeah.
with the rap.
Yeah, it was very good.
Rooster still in the
Rooster
top
with
three.
his harmonica, yes.
Storyteller was pretty
just because.
Intense. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
We're
keep
gonna
them
take a little
coming.
break here because
But we're going to go smoke a cigarette before this show is over. Somebody's winning these Longhorn Georgia Bulldog tickets before 9 o'clock. Keep them coming. Charity McCurdy has everything breaking in the world on this Tuesday, Yacht Rock Tuesday morning. WOAI news time is 7 o'clock.
Seven o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the presidential candidates sharpen their attacks in the final stretch, and the search for a missing mother of four expands. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Tuesday: sunny, a high in the mid 90s. Tonight's low near 63. Right now, 64 degrees. Former President Trump traveled to Oaks, Pennsylvania yesterday to speak to voters at a town hall alongside South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem. Trump says he must beat Vice President Kamala Harris in next month's election.
She's not for this job. Everybody knows it. Look, we're running against not her. We're running against a very powerful and a very corrupt machine.
And Trump ended his town hall early, playing music and shaking the hands of attendees after at least two attendees appeared to pass out while in the crowd. Meanwhile, Vice President Kamala Harris hit the campaign trail in Erie, Pennsylvania, and criticized the former president.
Donald Trump, I think in our collective opinion, certainly mine, is an unserious man. But the consequences of him ever being president again are brutally serious.
And with the election near, Harris held on to a lead of just less than 2 points ahead of Trump, according to the Real Clear Politics poll average. Border security continues to prove as a key issue for voters. Texas Republican Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick tells Fox News that the two issues that will decide the election is the economy and safety.
So much of our safety is directly tied to the thousands and thousands of criminals and the gangs that are here in America that Biden and Kamala Harris have let in.
The National Border Patrol Council recently announced their endorsement for former President Trump. And early voting starts next Monday in Texas, and one of the big races is the one for the U.S. Senate between Senator Ted Cruz and Congressman Colin Allred. Tonight, the two will take the stage for their one and only debate. The Dallas debate will be held at the WFAA TV studios and will air statewide. The debate is a chance for both men to make a final big pitch to voters, and what polling suggests is a close race. Well, the search for a missing San Antonio mother and realtor continues as a bond hearing set for her husband has now been canceled. Eric Lycum has the latest.
State troopers and Texas Rangers combed through the grid at a landfill in southeast Bexar County yesterday and will resume searching there this morning in the case of 51-year-old Suzanne Clark Simpson, who's been missing since a week ago Sunday. Investigators only say evidence led them to this location, but would not disclose what that was. An area in Bernie was searched last week, as was the family's Almost Park home. Meantime, today's bond reduction hearing for her husband, Brad Simpson, was canceled. He remains jailed in Bexar County on $2 million bond for unrelated domestic violence charges. His attorneys have no comment. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
An AI tech firm is relocating its headquarters from California to Austin. Abby is an international company that specializes in intelligent document processing. Abby has 800 employees, and its product leadership team is already in Austin. Environmental groups are furious that Elon Musk's private spaceflight company is allowed to launch rockets in South Texas despite not having all the right permits. Jared Margolis with the Center for Biological Diversity says that hundreds of thousands of gallons of water is being spewed into a wildlife refuge.
Under the Clean Water Act, they're supposed to have a national pollution discharge elimination system permit. They've applied for that permit, but they have not obtained the permit.
The state of Texas says the mere fact that SpaceX has applied for the permit is enough to allow the launches. And state transportation officials are asking for even more money. Michael Board reports.
Texas continues to grow by leaps and bounds, but state lawmakers were told that the 10-year, $100 billion transportation plan is inadequate. Mark Williams with TxDOT says the state needs to have $200 billion worth of construction under contract.
And that's just keeping up with the economic growth and population growth that we see in the state of Texas.
He says that easing congestion would have a $17 billion economic impact. Earlier this year, the governor announced more funding for streets and roads. The state's spending about $2 billion a year just on maintenance. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
And the Spurs take on the Heat tonight in Miami and preseason play. The voice of the Spurs, Bill Schoening, has details in today's Spurs Insider, brought to you by Germ Logic. Today's Spurs Insider brought to you by Germ Logic. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday, on a Longhorn Tuesday. We're giving away a pair of tickets to the hottest game in college football, number 1 Texas versus number 5 Georgia. We're asking you on the Talkback feature to let us know what it is and display your hidden talent. More on that coming up. It's a big 7 o'clock hour, 7:20. Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. His take on the big stories of the morning. 7:40 national correspondent Rory O'Neill on the issues most concerning voters heading into this 2024 election 3 weeks from today. And speaking of that election, coming right up on a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This, we'll hear Donald Trump on Fox News Channel last night talking about the enemy from within and Kamala Harris responding to that in Erie, Pennsylvania. But first, your traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, near record high temperatures, highs in the mid to upper 90s. Tomorrow, sunshine, but much cooler, highs in the upper 70s. Thursday, cloud or sunshine, except for a few afternoon clouds, highs right around 80 degrees. It is 64 degrees in Leon Valley, 64 in Floresville, Texas, 63 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:11.
Meow. Year of the Cat, Al Stewart. I always thought they should throw some meows in
They
there.
should.
If Phil Spector was producing that one, he'd have added some cat sounds.
I would have expected maybe Peter Criss on the drums.
Nah,
You
yeah,
know, that would have
okay.
been kind of cool.
Would have been
Yeah.
nice.
You could have
Get
broken
Cat
the Beth.
Stevens
Yeah.
involved.
Oh, there you go.
He's a cat, although he's now Yusef Islam. But I digress.
He's still Cat Stevens
Yeah,
to me.
exactly. Thank you, Cat. Every weekday morning at this time, we have a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. We span the globe to bring you the constant variety of audio. And we'll go two places this morning. We'll go to the Fox News Channel, where former President Donald Trump talked about the enemy from within and how that should be taken care of. And then Vice President Kamala Harris, his opponent in this election, responded in Erie, Pennsylvania. Let's listen.
I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within, not even the people that have come in and destroying our country. By the way, totally destroying our country. The towns, the villages, they're being inundated. But I don't think they're the problem in terms of election day. I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. It should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military.
It's a serious issue. He is saying that he would use the military to go after them. Think about this. And we know who he would target. And we know who he would target because he has attacked them before. Journalists whose stories he doesn't like. Election officials who refuse to cheat by filling extra votes and finding extra votes for him. Judges who insist on following the law instead of bending to his will. This is among the reasons I believe so strongly that a second Trump term would be a huge risk for America and dangerous.
Vice President Kamala Harris in Erie, Pennsylvania, responding to comments made on Fox News Channel by former President Donald Trump. We talked about this, and we are 3 weeks out from the election, Charity. The intensity is being turned up by both candidates. Get used to this. It's going to get even more intense.
Yeah, and based on our discussion with White House correspondent John Decker, it sounds like it's going to get nastier from here on out. Kamala Harris is attempting to paint Trump as unhinged, and then you have Trump saying Kamala Harris is not smart. He never thought he would say President Biden is smarter than Kamala Harris, but that's what he claims is the case.
So we're saying we got 3 more weeks of trading jabs back and forth. Will we get some new material? That's what I want to know.
Oh, I think so.
I hope so.
I think inevitable. It will
You
certainly
have to, right?
Yeah, you can count on Donald Trump for some new, some new nicknames at the very least. But I mean, in the terms that Charity that you painted, Kamala Harris painting Donald Trump as a threat to democracy. The Democrats have been doing that for a long, long time. And Donald Trump, essentially, if you're going to crystallize it, and he said as much recently, they are Kamala Harris and Joe Biden represent the deep state. And he said they're a very corrupt regime. So you've got to, as a voter, say, who do I believe more, who is really vilifying the other side?
And yeah, you got Georgia starting early voting today. Texas is going to be Monday. Yeah, this is it. This is going to get super nasty 3 weeks out. And I think everything that comes forward from here on out is strategic. It's timed. Just like the health report that Kamala Harris released over the weekend, I think she had that planned probably months in advance.
And we are Election Central. We're going to bring you team coverage now until a new president is elected, whenever that might be. We're hoping it's on November 5th, which is election day and election night. A big part of that coverage is Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. He is coming right up. His thoughts on the morning's big stories coming at you. WOAI News Time, 7:16. Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast joins us in moments. First, Charity, what stories are you following?
A key battleground state takes center stage for both the Trump and Harris campaigns. An Eastside landfill is now the third site being searched in connection to the disappearance of an Almas Park mother. And environmental groups continue their fight against SpaceX. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, highs near record high temperatures, highs in the mid to upper 90s, 64 degrees here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time 721.
San Antonio's first news every weekday morning at this time. We check in with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. He's brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. And Mike, 3 weeks out from the election, we always see unusual things on the campaign trail. At a town hall in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump was there, Kristi Noem, the South Dakota governor, and two people in the audience had medical emergencies. So President Trump stopped the event and they just listened to music for about a half an hour.
Yeah, it was kind of an odd thing to watch. And I've been in this place several times. It's where they hold gun shows and golf shows in the region. And it's a warehouse. It's a giant warehouse packed with people. And it got really hot in there. And they couldn't open the doors to vent it because of security concerns. And you had one person pass out. And then after they kind of got that person taken care of, there was another person on the other side who passed out. So Donald Trump, being respectful, stopped taking questions and let the medics focus on being medics. And then as it went on, he said, well, let's hear some music. So the Trump playlist came out. You had Ave Maria, you had YMCA, you had November Rain with Donald Trump swaying to Slash's guitar riffs, which was kind of interesting. And, you know, the left is trying to say, oh, Donald Trump's rally got stopped 30 minutes into it and they listened to music and it was weird. No, it was respectful. And you couldn't just let the people out because the medics had to do their thing. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get the patient out to the ambulance. It was an unfortunate shortcutting of what started out to be a pretty interesting event. Very emotional. Donald Trump had a Gold Star father step up on stage. And I tell you, if you didn't have a little tear in your eye when you heard this guy talking about what happened to his son and other members of the SEAL team, you're not human.
And Mike, sometimes Trump campaign commercials just make themselves. And the latest is courtesy of former President Bill Clinton.
Yeah, Charity, what happened was I was supposed to be out there stumping for Kamala, and I accidentally gave Trump a commercial. And like 30 minutes after I said, you know, if we vet all these people, you wouldn't have Lake and Riley getting killed. Yeah, that was one of the most magical things yesterday. Donald Trump, his team jumped on it. And it's like the minute Clinton finished saying it, you just hear, I'm Donald Trump and I endorse this message. It was great. It was a great moment yesterday.
Here's what I don't understand, Mike. Don't people know if you put Crocs on your dogs that all the other dogs in the neighborhood are going to be making fun of your dog?
Yeah, the people and the other dogs.
Yeah,
and every other
exactly.
animal. I love the fact that this is happening because it's great comedy fodder. I don't own Crocs. My wife doesn't own Crocs. I have chef friends who do wear Crocs, but Crocs for your dog, it's a brilliant, even if they don't sell 10 of them, this is great press for Crocs. Everybody's talking about them today, but it is pretty damn ridiculous.
Well, and if you have Crocs for your dogs and you want to buy that dog a candle, I guess you can't buy it from Bath and Body Works. What? They canceled a candle because they thought it looked like a KKK hood?
I looked at this, Chris.
It's snowflake.
I see this headline and I go, wait a minute, what the heck? And if I hadn't read that it looked like a KKK hood, I would have clicked on the picture and said, oh, that's a snowflake. But they put it in our heads. We can find a problem anywhere if we're looking for it. So are we going to send those to like a country in another continent, like where they send the Super Bowl loser T-shirts? Are those all going to be free candles for those people?
And Mike, more proof men are from Mars, women are from Venus. Apparently, we see that mess in the corner very differently.
Well, Charity, this is my question. Is that the same case in your house? Because in our house, it's not. You know, I see a mess and my wife sees a mess. We both see the mess. But, you know, there's a study for everything. Do you and your other half differ on how you spot the mess in the corner?
Yes, because my version of cleaning the kitchen is the whole kitchen, including the counters. The husband seems to overlook the mess on the counters and thinks the kitchen's clean. I don't get it.
Well, let's get the deal breaker here.
Uh-huh.
If he just puts the dishes in the sink and soaks them, is that count as doing the dishes?
Not at all, Mike. Not at all.
Wow.
Damn it.
Tough room, man.
Oh, really? Sorry, that's educational.
You can get more Mike Opelka from his Pure Opelka podcast. Get it wherever you get your podcasts. We recommend the free iHeartRadio app. Another episode will drop today. You don't want to miss it. Mike's brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. And circle your calendar, October 24th, just 9 days from now. It'll be OpelkaCon at La Hacienda de los Barrios. Your chance to meet and greet Mike Opelka. Will be there as well. It's going to be a lot of fun. Lots more coming up. Charity's got all the big stories at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time 727. Hello, everybody. Saw EN dive in here. Good morning. Mag 7189. Tim, Tommy, RK, Trevin, Tracy Bogert in the Witness Protection Program. Sleepy. 35 of you in here right now. Good morning. If we see your name, we say hello. We know not everybody chats, and not everybody's able to chat. You might be at work. You might be in your car. Maybe somebody else is driving. Charity's got the news coming up. And we've got more talent coming our way, I'm sure, as well. Well, I said I'm sure. Yeah.
All right, and we're back. Wow.
Charity's got your news coming. Then we'll have Rory O'Neill.
Rory.
He's got a poll.
Hey, I don't know him that well.
Yeah. The most important issues for voters in this election.
Well, congratulations, Sleepy. Here comes Charity.
.32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Trump and Harris bring their campaigns to a key battleground state and an update in the search for a missing mother. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Tuesday. Sunny, a high in the mid-90s. Tonight's low near 63. Right now, 64 degrees. Voting for president begins today in Georgia, one of the hotly contested swing states. Here's Fox's Evan Brown.
Georgia begins its early in-person voting today. Each county has a number of specialized early voting sites, which may not be the same locations used on Election Day specifically. The Georgia Secretary of State's office is expecting millions of their registered voters to cast ballots between now and November 1st, when the early vote period ends. ID is required. Georgia will be worth 16 votes in the Electoral College, and it is considered a swing state and has been a battleground since 2020 and the resulting controversies and prosecution of former President Donald Trump. Eben Brown, Fox News.
And Trump traveled to Pennsylvania yesterday to speak to voters at a town hall. Trump says VP Kamala Harris is not suitable for the Oval Office.
We have the worst president and the worst vice president in the history of our country by far. And let me tell you, she is worse than him. And he's actually, I didn't think I'd ever say this about anybody. She's actually, you take a look at, she's more dangerous than him, but he's actually smarter than her. I never thought I'd say that.
And Trump had to pause his town hall with a music-filled intermission after at least 2 attendees appeared to pass out while in the crowd. And this came on the same day VP Kamala Harris traveled to Pennsylvania to rally with voters in the swing state where she criticized the former president.
He's talking about that he considers anyone who doesn't support him or who will not bend to his will an enemy of our country.
And Harris will sit down for an exclusive interview with Fox News. The network announced that anchor Brett Baer will interview Harris. It'll air tomorrow at 5 p.m. It'll be your first sit-down interview with Fox News ever. And it's getting harder to avoid political ads the closer we get to the election. Beth Myers has more.
Texas Senator Ted Cruz is blasting the airwaves with relentless ads, suggesting that his Democratic contender wants to allow biological men to play on girls' sports teams. Rice University political analyst Mark Jones says that's a winning message.
Far more Texans agree with the Republican position of not allowing transgender girls to play in women and girls sports.
Jones says the ads also force Colin Allred to confront the issue rather than push his own agenda. Allred denies the claims. Transgender sports participation is set to be one of the big issues when the pair face off tonight in their one and only debate. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Texas continues to grow by leaps and bounds, but state lawmakers were told that transportation funding is not keeping up. Mark Williams of TxDOT says the 10-year, $100 billion transportation plan needs to be expanded.
We really need to have about a $200 billion letting for construction if we're going to keep pace.
He says that easing congestion would have a $17 billion economic impact. Well, the search for a missing San Antonio mother and realtor continues this morning as a bond hearing for her husband has been canceled. Eric Lycum has the latest.
State troopers and Texas Rangers combed through the grid at a landfill in southeast Bexar County yesterday and will resume searching there this morning in the case of 51-year-old Suzanne Clark Simpson, who's been missing since a week ago Sunday. Investigators only say evidence led them to this location, but would not disclose what that was. An area in Bernie was searched last week, as was the family's Almost Park home. Meantime, today's bond reduction hearing for her husband, Brad Simpson, was canceled. He remains jailed in Bexar County on $2 million bond for unrelated domestic violence charges. His attorneys have no comment. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, things said, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday and a Longhorn Tuesday. We're giving away a pair of tickets to the hottest college football game of the weekend. The Texas Longhorns, #1 in the country, hosting the #5 Georgia Bulldogs. We're asking you to let us know what your hidden talent is on the Talkback feature of the free iHeartRadio app. More of that coming up. But right now, let's check in with national correspondent Rory O'Neill, who is reporting on a bank rate report about what's concerning Americans the most heading into this election 3 weeks from today. Rory, what did this report tell you?
We all know the old line, it's the economy, stupid, right? But the bank rate folks asked people, thinking of this election, what's the most important economic issue in particular that comes to mind? Top of the list, inflation. 41% said inflation is their top economic worry. Healthcare costs, affordable housing, employment, and government spending round out the top 5. And there's a big divide among Republicans and Democrats. 56% said it was inflation, but only half that number, 28% of Democrats said inflation was their top economic concern. More Democrats were concerned about healthcare and affordable housing.
And Rory, did this poll provide some insight on who voters think will be better equipped to handle the economy issue?
It did. And more specifically, I thought these numbers were close, actually. They said, who is going to be best for your bank account, essentially? 42% said Donald Trump would be best for their personal financial situation. 38% said Vice President Harris. So 42-38 is pretty tight. 12% said neither, actually.
So what about taxes? Is that a big thing on any of these polls?
Tax reform got in there at 5%. But yeah, no, not specifically. I think the federal deficit also made it in there at 3%. But I think one of the glaring numbers that the Trump team is going to love and that the Harris team is going to try to address, are we on the right track or the wrong track? And 55% of those polled said the economy is on the wrong track. Only 32% said it's headed in the right direction. 13% don't know. But among independents, 62% of independents said the economy is on the wrong track. That's got to hurt for the Harris team.
Yeah, that sounds like a big number, Rory, especially because you would think that the independents are the ones who would be swinging this election. You would think, Republicans and Democrats probably locked into their candidate.
Well, right. And now it's a turnout game, right? I mean, I don't think anyone is on the fence about whether or not they're going to go for Trump or Harris, but I think it is a question of, I don't like either of them. I'm not going to bother. They don't make a difference to me. And whether or not people are motivated to go to the polls, I think is probably the bigger force here that is probably going to determine the outcome. It's a turnout game right now.
Now, did this poll just focus on the economy, Rory? Do we have insight on what the second most important issue is to those polled?
Well, this bank rate really did look more specifically just at economic issues and what's driving them. And again, that list of 10 or so things. The question is to whether or not the economy is on the right track. But it is interesting, though, that when they ask or when they respond with the word inflation, that's not really the best answer because inflation is down. Now, higher prices are here. So really, I think the concern is higher prices more so than the rate of inflation, which now is pretty flat.
Was healthcare cost on there anywhere?
Number 2 overall, much more so for Democrats. So Democratic voters, 22% of Democrats said healthcare costs were on their list. Compare that to 8% of Republicans who said the same. 8% of independents also said healthcare. More independents are concerned about affordable housing compared to healthcare and government spending. Yeah.
Our thanks to national correspondent Rory O'Neill, a big part of our election 2024 coverage. We are Election Central. You'll get this team coverage of this election now just 3 weeks from today until a president is elected. Coming up, your hidden talents as you vie for Longhorn tickets. It is the hottest ticket in college football. #1 Texas hosting #5 Georgia this Saturday in Austin. We'll tell you more about that coming up. WOAI News Time, 7:45.
And we're back. Bum.
Calvin's still with us. Tim,
Mr. Buckles.
RK, Echo, Travis, Sleepy, Connie.
Connie just took
I'm
off.
not saying Connie's sleepy.
Yeah,
Oh, Connie took
but
off.
She took
Okay.
off, yeah.
And maybe Connie is sleepy.
It's
Maybe that's
possible.
why Connie took off. Tommy. Eric.
He's here, just working.
So, Eric, at the moment, we're thinking a Monday 7:50
Phone
phoner.
call, yeah.
Okay.
Are you cool with that?
Yeah, are you cool with that? And are you still on board for OpelkaCon to do
a week from Thursday.
military portraits?
If so, that's what we want to talk to you about anyway. Yeah.
Right. So Rooster, Paul, and the storyteller.
Right.
Paul with the rap. Okay.
Yeah. Rooster, Paul, and then storyteller in that order. Good morning, Fabian.
Okay. Okay, and let us know, Eric, and if we have to
move the time, we can.
Yeah, we can. Fabian, welcome in.
Although we don't have much time to move it to, but we'll figure it out.
Unless he wants to go really early in the morning.
That's very possible. Or
we could go,
8:20.
depending on when you wake up, Eric, we could go. Depending on how early it was, we could then replay it theoretically.
Sure. If we could do the 5 o'clock hour, that'd be awesome. You know what I mean?
Or we could do it one day, like Monday, early, and then replay it on Tuesday.
Later.
Later in the show.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eric, if you're available early, like in a 5 o'clock hour, that would work.
Yeah, if that's more convenient for you, then we'll replay it later in the show, and maybe even get more
coverage. Actually, yeah.
Okay, cool. We'll do that.
Perfect. That rocks.
Yeah. So off the top of our head, Eric, probably 5:40 on Monday, 5:40 a.m.
Definitely. Yeah, that works.
I'll write that in my calendar so we remember it.
Monday the 21st.
Monday the 21st, 5:40. And I'm going to write to remind us 7:50 on Friday the 18th is Tangi.
All right, I have Eric on my calendar at 5:40.
All right, Eric. So let it be written. So let it be done. Look.
Yep. Sorry, but until I heard that story, it looked like snowflakes.
Yeah.
All right, just going to toss it to her.
Yes.
Hello.
Okay. Final record sales fall. Hidden talents for Longhorn tickets. Not just any Longhorn tickets, the game of the year for the Texas Longhorns. So far, they could meet again down the line when more is on the line as well. We'll tell you about that coming up. But first, Charity, what stories are you working on?
Georgia begins early voting today as Trump and Harris continue to trade barbs on the campaign trail. The two candidates in one of the biggest U.S. Senate races faces off tonight, and a bond hearing has been canceled for the husband of a missing mother of four. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, near record high temperatures, highs in the mid to upper 90s. Tomorrow, mostly sunny but cooler, highs in the upper 70s. Then on Thursday, sunshine except for a few afternoon clouds, highs right around 80 degrees. It is 64 degrees in China Grove, 64 at the Pearl, and 63 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:51.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday, which is also a Longhorn Tuesday. It's the game of the year. It's the hottest ticket. Longhorn tickets have been sold out since midsummer. You can't find Longhorn tickets. And this one is extra special. Saturday evening, 6:30 kickoff in Austin. The number one team in America, the Texas Longhorns, take on the Georgia Bulldogs. And I've been saying number 4 and number 5. They're number 4 in the coaches poll.
Yeah, but number 5 in the AP.
5
right?
in the AP
Yeah.
poll. So depending
So
on
we'll give them
which,
a 4.5.
yeah, so they're a 4.5. Number 4.5 in the country. It's a big one. One of our regulars, Kemper, said these tickets are going for $1,000 a piece on the secondary market. It's a hot ticket. And Charity, we're asking people to tell us what their hidden talent is, and if possible, on the talkback, demonstrate it to us. How do they get in touch with us?
The free iHeartRadio app. It's absolutely free. Download it if you don't have it already and get it. Launch it. Search 1200 WOAI. You're going to look for that red circle. That's the talkback button. You hit it. It's like leaving a voicemail, 30 seconds to sound off.
Yeah, and we're going to give you the top 3 right now. These are the top 3. These are the ones to beat, and you got about 30 minutes to get them in. So here is Rooster with the first one that is in the clubhouse.
Hey, good morning, Chris, Tim, and Charity. Hey, it's Rooster. Okay, here I go. Okay, I need to stop now because Michelle's laughing her butt off because I'm going to wake up all the damn dogs and the cats in the neighborhood. Anyway, that's my entry. All right, talk to y'all later. Rooster.
I admire that.
Yeah.
I've got no musical talent
Me neither.
whatsoever.
Neither. I can play a stereo.
I can't play a kazoo for crying out loud.
Can you name that tune? Can you tell what song he was?
Started out, I thought it was Camptown Lady, and then it lost me.
Okay.
You got it, Charity?
No, I don't. I'm hoping Rooster will let us know.
Maybe it was something he wrote.
I was thinking it was Fernando by ABBA. I heard a little Fernando in there.
Or La Paloma Blanca.
Yes. Could be.
All right, Slim Whitman. There you go. All right, here's Paul, our rideshare guy.
Yo, this is Paul, the rideshare guy. I'm not even a rapper, but I'm gonna have to try. Bumping that WOAI every single morning when I'm giving Uber rides. Chris, Tim, Charity McCurdy, the queen of radio because she's really, really pretty. Hope y'all have a wonderful day. Drops the mic and walks away.
Nice. Well done.
Wow. Watch out, Eminem. I mean, that was
Now-
good stuff.
Now, if you weren't listening earlier, the storyteller's
Yes.
next, right?
Yes.
If you've got one of those portable fans,
Yeah, you might
battery
want that.
operated, you may need that. It could get a little steamy in here. Here he comes.
Here he comes.
It's a storyteller. Hey, come closer to the radio. Close your eyes. You remember that first time? I'd heard your voice on the radio hundreds of times. No, we were standing in Brother Park, our hearts beating like young teenagers, Adele singing in the background. You reached out and you touched my...
It's even better the second time. It's even because I knew what was coming.
I know.
Okay, all right, now how do you say this? You reached out and you touched my. And it's
In my mind, it's going all over the
a
place.
cliffhanger. It's a cliffhanger from the storyteller.
Wow.
All right, goodness.
Wow. I need a little fresh air.
See, I'm still. This goes way back to I think August 15th, but I'm still disappointed. The
Yes.
storyteller was going to the Barry Manilow concert, and he apparently did. And I
Said it
wanted
was
him
too
to-
hot.
I wanted him to meet Kemper and Jolene at the and Cindy as well, even though Cindy was Bob's date. You know, Cindy would have had the option to go, Bob, this was a great date, but
You know,
storyteller
Yeah.
is playing some Adele for me in the background.
especially when he reached out and touched Mike.
Yeah. All right. So
Wow.
here's
I
the
know.
deal. We have to give away these red hot Longhorn or burnt orange hot Longhorn
Yes.
tickets in the 8 o'clock hour. So the talkback, if you think you can do better than Rooster, Paul the rideshare guy, or the storyteller to win those tickets,
Yeah, the bar is set high.
the bar is very
It
high.
really is.
But these tickets are, you mentioned, Chris, these are the hottest tickets
Hottest
in the
tickets
country.
in college football.
In the country, yes.
And you can't get it. It's
Yeah,
full
sold out. Yep.
You would have to go on the secondary market,
And $1,000 a piece.
and the cost would be prohibitive. So we're giving them away in the next hour.
This is gonna be hard. I don't want to be the one to make the first choice, so I'll go second, just so you know.
So Chris will be the first choice.
All right. Since Charity requested it, we like to go ladies first because
I
we're
know,
gentlemen.
I know.
But since we honor the ladies' choice, if Charity doesn't want to go first, that's okay.
Okay.
I'll go first.
Thanks.
Coming up, national correspondent Aaron Real with another story that directly affects the 2024 election, which is now just 3 weeks away. Charity's got everything you need to know on this Yacht Rock Longhorn Tuesday, coming right up at the top of the hour. WOAI News Time, 7:57.
8 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the presidential candidates sharpened their attacks in the final stretch, and the search expands for a missing mother of four. We'll add details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Tuesday: sunny, a high in the mid-90s. Tonight's low near 63. Get a move on. It is 64 degrees. Former President Trump traveled to Oaks, Pennsylvania yesterday to speak to voters at a town hall alongside South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem. Trump says he must beat Vice President Kamala Harris in next month's election.
She's not for this job. Everybody knows it. Look, we're running against not her. We're running against a very powerful and a very corrupt machine.
And Trump ended his town hall early, playing music and shaking the hands of attendees after at least two people appeared to pass out while in the crowd. Meanwhile, Vice President Kamala Harris hit the campaign trail in Erie, Pennsylvania, and criticized the former president.
Donald Trump, I think in our collective opinion, certainly mine, is an unserious man. But the consequences of him ever being president again are brutally serious.
And with the election near, Harris holds on to a lead of just less than 2 points ahead of Trump, according to the Real Clear Politics poll average. Ted Cruz is leading Colin Allred in the polls for a Senate seat, but the Democrat is bringing in much more money for his campaign as the two are set to spar in a live debate tonight.
Most polls show Republican Ted Cruz with a 4 to 5 point lead over Allred, but Allred has raised more cash for his campaign. Campaign finance data for the first 6 months of the year shows Allred raising $11.5 million to Cruz's $9.5 million. Now, both are getting contributions from out of state, but Allred's donors are giving more on average than Cruz's donors. The only debate between the incumbent senator and the Metroplex congressman will be tonight from the WFAA TV studios and will air statewide beginning at 7 p.m. Eric Lycom, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Border security continues to prove as a key issue for voters. Texas Republican Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick tells Fox News that the two issues that will decide the election is the economy and safety.
So much of our safety is directly tied to the thousands and thousands of criminals and the gangs that are here in America that Biden and Kamala Harris have let in.
And this comes as the National Border Patrol Council recently announced an endorsement for former President Trump. State troopers will continue to search a Southeast Bexar County landfill today for evidence in Suzanne Simpson's disappearance. The Almas Park mother of four was last seen a week ago Sunday. Her husband, Brad Simpson, was arrested last Wednesday in Kendall County for domestic assault and unlawful restraint. He has since been transferred to the Bexar County Jail. Investigators searched the couple's home last week, as well as an area on I-10 near Highway 87 in Bernie, near where Brad Simpson was arrested. Simpson's bond reduction hearing that was set for this morning has been canceled due to a federal detainer. Environmental groups are furious that Elon Musk's private spaceflight company keeps launching rockets in South Texas. Rex Oates has a story.
There was another liftoff Sunday at the spaceport near Boca Chica Beach. This, despite the fact that SpaceX does not hold all the permits needed. Jared Margolis with the Center for Biological Diversity says, once again, the water cooling system showered waste into a sensitive area.
The Fish and Wildlife Service has called this one of the most biologically diverse areas in the country because of these tidal flats that provide this habitat for the birds.
Last week, a group of local activists filed suit asking the FAA to stop the launches until spaceport's water cooling system is deemed safe for the environment. I'm Rex Oates, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Texas continues to grow by leaps and bounds, but state lawmakers are told that transportation funding is not keeping up. Mark Williams with TxShot says a 10-year, $100 billion transportation plan needs to be expanded.
We really need to have about a $200 billion letting for construction if we're going to keep pace.
He says that easing congestion would have a $17 billion economic impact. Earlier this year, Governor Abbott announced more funding for streets and roads. The state is spending about $2 billion a year on maintenance. And hardware store brand True Value is filing for bankruptcy. The 75-year-old company is selling its operations to rival Do It Best. True Value will continue its day-to-day operations, selling hardware and other homewares during the Chapter 11 process. The company said money is tight as the housing market slows consumer demand as many become less inclined to spend on discretionary purchases. It is 8:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. It's also a Longhorn Tuesday. We got a pair of the hottest tickets in college football, a pair of tickets to see the number 1 Texas Longhorns versus the number 4 or the number 5 Georgia Bulldogs, depending on whichever poll you are looking at. And we are going to award those tickets to our favorite among you who reaches through the iHeart Radio app's talkback feature with your hidden talent and ideally demonstrate it to us on the talkback. Joe Pags a little bit later with a preview of the Joe Pags Show. And coming right up, national correspondent Aaron Real with a story on which candidate would corporate America like to see win the 2024 election 3 weeks from today. But first, your traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, near record high temperatures, highs in the mid to upper 90s. Tomorrow, mostly sunny but cooler, highs in the upper 70s. Thursday, sunshine except for a few afternoon clouds, highs right around 80 degrees. 64 degrees in Monte Vista, 64 at Randolph Air Force Base, and 63 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:10.
San Antonio's first news. That is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Coming up, we'll have more on the latest involving that missing mother of four and a realtor and the search for her. That, of course, would be Suzanne Simpson. But right now, let's check in with national correspondent Aaron Real, who is tracking who corporate America might prefer as the winner of the presidential election, which takes place 3 weeks from today. Aaron, what do you know about who corporate America might prefer?
So interesting. It's not as clear-cut as in years past, where it was always the Republican presidential candidate. Republicans generally have less onerous regulation and are better with taxes and are better with all the stuff. But this go around, it really depends not only on the industry, but on the sector within that industry, and then often like company specific. And I'll give you an example. Like if you look at the airlines, under the Biden administration, Department of Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, he's had this really hard line on traveler protections. So he has all these new rules about refunds and cancellations and family seating. And he's also, not he personally, but a bunch of the regulatory bodies, the FTC, the SEC, have really pursued antitrust lawsuits that have blocked a lot of partnerships in the airline industry. You have American and JetBlue, JetBlue and Spirit, all deaded. So the previous administration, Trump, didn't pursue any of this types of consumer protections and likely won't. So they like them, like Trump. But if you look just to airline's cousin, Aerospace, Trump has said that he wants to add an additional tariff of 10 to 20% on goods from China. That's going to drive up the cost of production on aircraft and many other components for aerospace. So they don't like that. So it's not as clear cut as in years past, given the policy proposals they both have on either side.
And Aaron, what about the auto industry, specifically EV makers? Do they have a preference on a candidate?
Great question. So Republicans, led by Trump, have largely condemned EVs, and frankly, the consumer kind of has too. They've claimed they're being forced upon a consumer. They're going to ruin some of the automotive industry. Not totally true, but also not untrue. And Trump has vowed to roll back a lot of vehicle emission standards under the EPA. So that bodes well, somewhat. But he has also said very vocally that he wants to bring back manufacturing for autos from Mexico. A lot of it, we're just talking about corporations, not the consumer and not the voter, but corporations are like, wait, what? Like that's a lot of money that we make doing that, like outsourcing this. You want to change that all? No, we don't want that. So again, not as clear cut as it has been in years past, given the new playing field, that being EVs, that being, airline. Like there's so many different things this go around, given the technology we have, that are making a difference.
What about the oil business, Aaron?
Oil business, that's pretty easy. That goes much more towards the Republican candidate, almost always Trump. However, and this is an interesting one, under Biden, we have pumped more oil than any other sitting president ever. He doesn't talk about it a lot. They don't talk about it a lot. But oftentimes industries, when they're benefiting from the current policies, they don't want disruption. They just want stability. And Trump, for all his assets, is not stable. He brings volatility, not stability. And when things are going well for an industry, they generally don't want to disrupt that.
Great information.
Not clear cut.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Our thanks to national correspondent Aaron Real. Lots more coming up, and we react to the latest information involving that missing mother of four and realtor from Almas Park, Suzanne Simpson. WOAI News Time, 8:14. Coming up, we will walk you through and react to the latest news involving the missing Almas Park mother of four and realtor Suzanne Simpson. But before we go to headlines, traffic, and weather together, Mr. T, we've got another entry for the Longhorn tickets.
Yeah, this one's specifically calling out Rooster.
Hey, this is Edgar, and I can beat Rooster on his harmonica with my whistling of Edelweiss. Thank you very much.
Wow.
That's impressive,
He
man.
was good.
That's impressive.
And I heard wind. Like he was whistling in the wind.
He was whistling in the wind.
Wow. I think we love Rooster.
Yes, we do, but we
I
think Rooster just got bumped.
I
Yes.
think he just bumped Rooster out of the top three.
Wow.
All right, Edgar. The very nice whistling of Edelweiss there. We will pick a winner after Joe Pags at 8:40. Charity McCurdy, what are you working on?
Trump and Harris trade jabs while holding dueling rallies in the battleground state of Pennsylvania. An Eastside landfill is being searched in connection to the disappearance of an Almas Park mother. Then a Texas man set to be executed this week has lost one of his final appeals. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, near record high temperatures, highs in the mid to upper 90s. Tomorrow, mostly sunny but cooler, highs in the upper 70s, overnight lows in the low to mid 50s. Then on Thursday, sunshine except for a few afternoon clouds, highs right around 80 degrees. 64 in Alamo Heights, 64 in Leon Valley, and 63 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 821.
San Antonio's first news on a Yacht Rock Tuesday. Coming up just after the news at the bottom of the hour, we'll check in with Joe Pags of the Joe Pags Show, and we will have narrowed it down to 3 contestants to win the hottest college football tickets around. Number 1, Texas versus number 4 or 5, depending on your favorite poll.
So 4.5.
4.5. The Georgia Bulldogs will pick a winner for those tickets. Just after 8:40. Charity, you've been reporting on it all morning. Latest development in the search for mother of 4 realtor from Almas Park, Suzanne Simpson. Police investigators searching a landfill as we speak. In fact, we just saw live video footage of the police setting up a command post there. And while you and Eric Lycum with the reporting for us this morning, Charity, apparently there is evidence that has led police to search that landfill, but we just they haven't reported or told us what that evidence is.
Right. And this is the 3rd location that's been searched in connection to the disappearance of Suzanne Simpson. The first was the couple's home last week, as well as an area on I-10 near Highway 87 in Bernie. And now the latest evidence has led investigators to this Eastside landfill. So we're waiting to hear the very latest. Meanwhile, Suzanne's husband, Brad Simpson, who remains in the Bexar County Jail, he was going to have a bond reduction hearing that has since been canceled due to a federal detainer.
Yeah, and what's really sad, and we don't think about this a lot, is the family. They need closure. They need to know what has happened, what's gone on. He's tight-lipped. He's not saying anything. His attorney's telling him to basically be quiet. You mentioned the evidence has led him out to this landfill. I'm wondering what they have, because we saw bulldozers.
Yeah.
We saw all kinds of equipment out there. So they must know something that they're not sharing with us yet.
and you bring up, Mr. T, and I think we all need to remember it. I so agree with you. The family, specifically the 4 children
Amen.
of this couple, to have, and one very, very young, but, a pretty wide range of children, some of them college age, one in high school, to have your world turned upside down, where you lose your mother, and then assuming, and again, we hold out hope and pray that they find Suzanne Simpson alive. We still don't know what happened to her some 8-9 days ago. But then if indeed, Charity, we learn that their father, Brad Simpson, is responsible for her disappearance, just how horrible that must be for children.
Yeah, I mean, they're losing both of their parents, essentially.
Yeah.
And I feel for especially the youngest, a 5-year-old little girl who apparently relayed to teachers and staff at her elementary school that she witnessed her father hitting her mother, taking her cell phone away. I mean, that is trauma that a child lives with for the rest of their life. And again, there's just so many unanswered questions. I'm sure they're asking a lot of questions. Where's mommy? Where's daddy? And they're not able to get a whole lot of answers because, unfortunately, the family doesn't know where Suzanne Simpson is. But even her mother, Barbara, has said that she does not think her daughter is alive.
Yeah, sadly, as each day goes by, it seems to be proving that that point is coming across very well, that she may not be alive, because I just can't see a mother of 4 just taking off in a situation like this and not letting anybody else know.
Yeah, by all accounts, a very devoted mother of 4.
Mm-hmm.
So we're staying all over this story. Any developments that occur, we pass those along to you immediately, and we will continue to do so as a number of reporters out there with police and investigators out at that landfill where police have set up a command post. More coming up. Charity McCurdy with all the stories you need to know about at the bottom of the hour. We'll check in with Joe Pags from the Joe Pags Show, get a preview of his show he's working on for this afternoon. And somebody is going to win Longhorns, Georgia Bulldogs tickets, number 1 versus number 4.5, the hottest ticket in college football. And we'll narrow it down to 3. We'll listen one more time, and we'll pick a winner. WOAI News Time, 8:25.
Place or what?
Very much. Hey, Sleepy, I just saw that you wrote, just found out an old friend of mine passed away last night. You may have already left, but I echo what Trevin said. Condolences.
Yeah, man, condolences, dude.
We learned a guy I used to do stand-up comedy with, very funny, talented guy, and a great guy. Name was Jesse Pangelinan out of Austin. Cleto Rodriguez knew him very, very well. A lot of the local comics here knew him well. He had all kinds of health issues for the last several years, but faced them all with courage and with laughs and a great attitude. And yeah, I saw Jesse Pangelinan passed away a couple of days ago. I was sorry to hear that. So
that's a bummer. By the way, the song that Rooster did, an original
by Rooster. So now we feel even worse about bumping him out.
But we're okay with that.
Way to go, Rooster. You came in 4th. If it's any consolation.
Yeah. So only 3 other people beat you.
You'll see, there's the gold, the silver, the bronze, and then Rooster.
And then the Rooster.
You get the Rooster award.
And we know how hard it is to play a harmonica with a beak. And we know that.
That's true.
It's that the degree of difficulty was there.
Yeah.
It definitely was, man. Next time, Rooster, next time. Keep working on it, man. Someday you'll get there. You're so mean. You so mean. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? So my question for you, Chris.
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Trump and Harris bring their campaigns to a key battleground state and an update in the search for a missing Almas Park mother. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Tuesday, sunny, a high in the mid 90s. Tonight's low near 63. Right now, 65 degrees. Voting for president begins today in Georgia, one of the hotly contested swing states. Here's Fox's Eben Brown.
Georgia begins its early in-person voting today. Each county has a number of specialized early voting sites, which may not be the same locations used on Election Day specifically. The Georgia Secretary of State's office is expecting millions of their registered voters to cast ballots between now and November 1st, when the early vote period ends. ID is required. Georgia will be worth 16 votes in the Electoral College, and it is considered a swing state and has been a battleground since 2020 and the resulting controversies and prosecution of former President Donald Trump. Eben Brown, Fox News.
And former President Trump traveled to Oaks, Pennsylvania yesterday to speak to voters at a town hall. Trump says Vice President Kamala Harris is not suitable for the Oval Office.
We have the worst president and the worst vice president in the history of our country by far. And let me tell you, she is worse than him. And he's actually, I didn't think I'd ever say this about anybody. She's actually, you take a look at, she's more dangerous than him, but he's actually smarter than her. I never thought I'd say that.
Trump at one point had to pause his town hall with a music-filled intermission after at least 2 attendees appeared to pass out while in the crowd. And this came the same day Vice President Harris traveled to Erie, Pennsylvania to rally with voters in the swing state where she criticized the former president.
He's talking about that he considers anyone who doesn't support him or who will not bend to his will an enemy of our country.
And Harris will sit for an exclusive interview with Fox News' Brett Baier. It'll air tomorrow at 5 p.m. and will be her first sit-down interview with Fox News ever. And it's getting harder to avoid political ads the closer we get to the November election. Beth Myers has more.
Texas Senator Ted Cruz is blasting the airwaves with relentless ads, suggesting that his Democratic contender wants to allow biological men to play on girls' sports teams. Rice University political analyst Mark Jones says that's a winning message.
Far more Texans agree with the Republican position of not allowing transgender girls to play in women and girls sports.
Jones says the ads also force Colin Allred to confront the issue rather than push his own agenda. Allred denies the claims. Transgender sports participation is set to be one of the big issues when the pair face off tonight in their one and only debate. I'm Beth Myers, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
And Texas continues to grow by leaps and bounds, but state lawmakers were told that transportation funding is not keeping up. Mark Williams with TxDOT says the 10-year, $100 billion transportation plan needs to be expanded.
We really need to have about a $200 billion letting for construction if we're going to keep pace.
He says that's easing congestion would have a $17 billion economic impact. Earlier this year, Governor Abbott announced more funding for streets and roads. The state is spending about $2 billion a year on maintenance. The search for a missing San Antonio mother and realtor continues as a bond hearing for her husband has been canceled. Eric Lycum has the very latest.
State troopers and Texas Rangers combed through the grid at a landfill in southeast Bexar County yesterday and will resume searching there this morning in the case of 51-year-old Suzanne Clark Simpson, who's been missing since a week ago Sunday. Investigators only say evidence led them to this location, but would not disclose what that was. An area in Bernie was searched last week, as was the family's Almost Park home. Meantime, today's bond reduction hearing for her husband, Brad Simpson, was canceled. He remains jailed in Bexar County on $2 million bond for unrelated domestic violence charges. His attorneys have no comment. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
A San Antonio police officer is serving a 30-day suspension for sexting a married woman while on duty. Officer Mark Castillo's suspension started October 1st and continues through the 30th. Castillo was formerly assigned to Chief William McManus's security detail, but he's been moved to the SAPD Vehicle Crimes Unit. The woman's husband found their explicit text back in May and called 911. Well, Sean Diddy Combs is hit with at least 6 more lawsuits accusing him of rape, sexual assault, and molesting a 16-year-old boy. Here's Fox's Rich Edson with details.
The AP reports one woman alleges in 2005 Combs slammed her head against the wall before raping her. AP also reports one woman claims Diddy raped her and forced her friend to perform oral sex and said he would have them both killed if they didn't comply. The attorney representing the plaintiffs tells Fox News, quote, "We expect to be filing many more cases over the next several weeks, naming Mr. Combs and others as defendants as we continue to gather evidence." Busby said earlier this month he represents 120 accusers and some of the accomplices will, quote, "shock you."
And Combs' lawyer called the accusations clear attempts to garner publicity. It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, to check of your money and the world of business, Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
A Yacht Rock Tuesday on San Antonio's First News. It's also a Longhorn Tuesday. Somebody is walking out with the hottest ticket in college football. We got a pair of tickets to see the number 1 Texas Longhorns against the 4.5 Georgia Bulldogs as we average their polling numbers. We've narrowed it down to 3. We'll vote on the winner of those tickets in a moment. But right now, let's check in with Joe Pags from the Joe Pags Show, see what he's got cooking for this afternoon. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Chris. Yeah, what's the update from North Carolina? We all saw those pictures and we heard about the horrific stories after Hurricane Helene went through. We haven't heard a ton since. Our friend and great reporter from Fox News, Sarah Carter, will join us from North Carolina to give us her eyewitness view of what's going on. Plus, we go to Jerusalem and talk to Alex Trayman. He's the CEO of the Jewish News Syndicate. The latest between Hamas, Hezbollah versus Israel. And what's the next step? With Kamala Harris, the vice president, running for president, trying to straddle that line between the Palestinians and the Israelis. We'll get the very latest from right there in Israel and more at 5 o'clock today. News Radio 1200 WOAI. See you then.
All right, Joe. We'll see you then. The Joe Pags Show, 5 to 8 p.m. right here, weekdays on 1200 WOAI. Well, it's the hottest ticket in college football, Texas versus Georgia, this Saturday evening in Austin at DKR Memorial Stadium. And we've narrowed it down to 3. We've asked you, do you have a hidden talent? And if you do, can you demonstrate it to us on the talkback? Mr. T, what do we got?
Let's start with Edgar.
Hey, this is Edgar, and I can beat Rooster on his harmonica with my whistling of Edelweiss. Thank you very much.
Nice. I got a Christopher Plummer in the Sound of Music flashback. Very nice work, Edgar. That's going to be tough to beat.
All right, here is the storyteller.
It's a storyteller. Hey, come closer to the radio. Close your eyes. You remember that first time? I'd heard your voice on the radio hundreds of times. No. We were standing at Brother Park. Our hearts beating like young teenagers. Adele singing in the background. You reached out and you touched my...
Someday, storyteller, you got to...
After the show, I'm going to call him.
Finish the story.
Please finish that story.
It's
It's hilarious.
All right. Now, lastly, here is Paul.
Yo, this is Paul, the ride share guy. I'm not even a rapper, but I'm gonna have to try. Bumping that WOAI every single morning when I'm giving Uber rides. Chris, Tim, Charity McCurdy, the queen of radio because she's really, really pretty. Hope y'all have a wonderful day. Drops the mic and walks away.
Wow.
Wow. Paul drops the mic and walks away.
Wow.
Apparently, I am voting first
Yes.
because Charity
I can't handle that pressure. Yeah.
declined to vote first today. That's okay. Edgar, whistling Edelweiss, outstanding storyteller with a story to tell and a cliffhanger. And we all smoked a cigarette the first time we heard that. And Paul with the rap, very, very close. Any of them could have won. Something puts Paul with his rap over the finish line. I am voting Paul.
All right, Charity McCarty.
Oh,
Paul, storyteller, or Edgar the Whistler?
you know, that required a special kind of talent. Edgar whistling in the wind. So, I got to go Edgar.
Okay.
Edgar. Now, you can either pick a winner here or you can set up a three-way tie, Mr. T. It's up to you.
I don't want to take a cold shower, so storyteller's out.
Uh-oh.
Edgar, I like the whistling, but Paul showed creativity. I'm going to go with Paul.
Paul!
Rapping Paul, man.
Freestyle rap.
Yeah, that was pretty damn good.
It really was.
Yeah.
Thanks for the shout out, Paul. I appreciate that.
Yeah. And you all could have won. That.
Yeah.
I feel in a situation like that when we really, really, really like all three,
it's tough.
I feel bad that we can't. We only have one pair of Longhorn tickets.
Yeah. Is it safe to say this was like one of the most entertaining talkbacks we've had?
Yes.
I was thoroughly impressed.
Look,
Lots
there's
of
going to
talent.
be all kinds of chatter out on the streets about storyteller today. I'm just saying.
Yes. A lot of people are going to be writing their own finish to that story.
Yeah. And I'm sure he was talking about your voice on the radio, Chris.
I
that
don't
he
think
was
so,
doing
Charity.
hundreds and hundreds of times.
I don't think so, Charity.
Only led to the ultimate steamy cliffhanger.
Yeah, I got a feeling it was the woman who's going to have her very own hugging booth.
That's right.
At
That's right.
OpelaCon.
No, he wanted to reach out and touch your Yacht Rock shirt.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Someday storyteller will tell us the true ending to that story.
Hopefully it's a happy ending.
Yeah, I hope somebody's going to be happy one way or another. Charities got all the big headlines. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, and weather coming up. God help us. WOAI News Time, 8:46. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together as we prepare for the cool front, but not before we maybe set a record temperature. Mr. T with a weather update coming up as well. First, Charity, what stories are you following?
Early voting is underway in Georgia today as Trump and Harris continue to trade barbs on the campaign trail. The two candidates in one of the biggest U.S. Senate races face off tonight, and a bond hearing has been canceled for the husband of a missing mother of four. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies, near record high temperatures today. Highs in the mid to upper 90s. Tomorrow, sunny, much cooler. Highs in the upper 70s. Overnight lows tomorrow in the low to mid 50s. Thursday, sunshine, except for a few afternoon clouds. Highs right around 80 degrees. It is 52 degrees in Kerrville, Texas. 61 in New Braunfels. 64 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:52.
San Antonio's first news. It has been a Yacht Rock Tuesday. We hope the rest of your Yacht Rock Tuesday is outstanding. Congratulations to Paul for winning those Texas Longhorn tickets. And Charity, it's one final pool day for me with a temperature maybe around 96. Could set the
96,
record.
yeah.
Shouldn't we have a river parade every time we set the record? Shouldn't
Yeah.
the meteorologists
Yeah.
go down the San Antonio River on a barge every time we set a new record?
And they could throw fans to people.
Yes. It would be great. And Chris Suchan could lead the way.
Amen.
News 4 San Antonio chief meteorologist Chris Suchan, friend of the show.
Yeah, he'd be perfect.
I'm just saying, right? Mayor Ron Nierenberg, if you're listening.
And we know you are.
Every time we set a weather record, there should be a river. And we should always throw as many river parades as possible, Charity.
Yeah, I
Come
mean,
on.
I don't know about like triple digit river parades. That
perfect.
sounds
Perfect.
a little brutal.
We can all follow in tubes.
Yes. And bring back the paddle boats while you're at it.
And treated sewage water, right? You know, that's
Hey.
what the San Antonio River is.
Somebody's got to swim in it.
All right.
Do you, and Charity, before your time, I do believe, do you have any recollection of paddle boats on the San Antonio River?
I do not. I've always known the river barges, and
Yeah.
I know they did the kayak thing recently.
Yeah, but that's on the
They were so cool.
the museum reach.
When I was in high school, I could
Yeah.
take a young lady with me down to the San Antonio
Make her
River
paddle.
walk.
Make her paddle while you're
you
doing.
would both paddle.
Oh,
You-
okay.
But there were paddle boats, and they were cool.
Yes, they were cool.
And they did away with them.
Yeah. And they used to have them at Landa Park too. Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Good
wonder if it
times.
was people, coming from the bar and getting on those, and that led
Well,
to
see, at
trouble.
that time though, there was not a whole lot of bars on the Riverwalk.
There were, much
A few,
fewer.
yeah, few, but not very
Fewer.
many.
Okay.
Yeah. So maybe we don't know why they
Start a
did it.
petition. I'll sign it.
Okay, I'm in.
Now, speaking of San Antonio tradition, have they done away with the horse-drawn carriages? That was the big story in the summer.
They're
No.
phasing them out.
They're
I believe
phasing
is
them
what
out.
they're saying.
I've
Yes.
seen them, yeah.
Yeah, I think they're phasing them out though.
We're gonna have to take you and the storyteller, Charity. We'll have to take a horse-drawn carriage ride
Oh,
before
come
they
on
go
now.
away. Because you can't do a paddle boat at this point. So unless we snuck our own paddle boat in and get our own paddle boat and launch it.
Yeah, launch it early in the morning.
Yeah,
They
you
never
just
know.
go right down the
Yeah.
Riverwalk and then evade park police officers.
Sure, they couldn't
behind
catch
us
us.
in a boat.
They couldn't catch
Yes,
us.
we'll
Man.
just pedal. We'll pedal
We're
harder.
peddling fools, man.
Get out of the way. We'll show them.
And the chase is on.
Yes. All righty then. So, Charity, great show. Mr. T, great show. And most importantly, EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel
yes.
doing the heavy,
Bringing
doing the
it
real work.
every
All
day.
we do is talk into the stick. They do the heavy technical lifting. So we will do this tomorrow. Why the heck
Okay,
not?
why not?
Say,
All right, bring your
UFO
scarf.
Bring
your heavy jacket, Chris.
I'm
you
bringing
know,
a
in
parka,
preparation.
and I'm going to curl into the corner and sweat
Okay.
a lot.
All right.
So it's going to be great.
Oh, so it'll be just like today.
Just like every day. Just like every day. Glenn Beck is coming up with the Glenn Beck program. Before that, Charity with all the morning's big stories. Right now, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute, WOAI News Time, 8:56.
Goodbye, everybody. Have a great day. We will see you
Adios,
mañana.
Muchachos. Don't you go changing.